and welcome to Great British Ghost. Today I'm in Essex. Later on I'll be going to the Old Courthouse Inn, which used to be a place of judgment and execution. But first I've come to St Osyth to visit this cottage, which is known as the Cage. Looks normal enough from the outside, but what goes on inside is anything but. The Cage at St Osyth is a small privately owned cottage sitting right on the edge of the main road to Clacton-on-Sea. It dates back to the 17th century when it was used as a local holding cell for prisoners awaiting trial. Today it's owned by Vanessa Mitchell, who agreed to show me around what some claim is the most frightening house in Britain.
Hi, Michaela.
Hi, Vanessa.
Welcome to the Cage.
It looks like such a sweet little cottage, but it has such a story, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has many, many stories, the Cage. It's very, it's an extremely haunted property, to be honest.
How long have you owned it?
I've owned it for 7 years now. 3 of those years I've lived here, and the other 3, unfortunately, I haven't been able to. It's been left empty.
Now, you've had all sorts of things that have happened to you in here, Vanessa,
Yeah.
and you've chosen not to live here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I one day had to leave with a 4-month-old son and pack up and go and live with a friend in one room, basically, to get out of this house. It was that bad. Left it, and it's been here empty because of the, because of what happened in here. I just had to go. I bought the Cage about 7 years ago. Before that, the Cage had been up for sale regularly with every sort of 3-4 years, 2-3 years. Any owners that had bought this house always moved out of it. There's been lots and lots of bad stories connected to the Cage, and people lived here. There's been deaths, suicides. There's been people that have been perfectly happy, came here, and within months or years they'd been divorced. There's been a lot of illness. There's just been some really horrible stories. It's one of those houses. It's always up for sale, and everyone that leaves here flees. Literally like me. And I'm another part of the story. Had to go.
Give me a brief sort of summary of what this was.
This house used to be the Old Village Prison. It's most famous for the witches in the old days that were tried. A lot of them were kept here. Up to 13 witches were kept in that room there, in the Cage room. Also, kids in the village that had stolen a loaf of bread, any type of criminal activity at all, and most of them were taken out of that room and executed.
Let's go and have a look in here, because this is the actual Cage, or was the Cage, wasn't it?
This is where they were kept. Now, they used to be chained up along here with leather straps. This is one of
When you say they, that's the witches?
Yeah, the witches. There was altogether, I think, 13, especially with the Ursula Kemp trials, 13 were taken and kept in here. This is one of the original chains, and this always swings, this chain as well. Just you'll be turning around and this chain will be swinging. We've got pictures of big black, you'd come in here sometimes and see black formations, like energy or masses, I'm not sure, but black things as figures, black figures. You know when you kind of turn around and you think someone's there, well, in this place, and then there is someone there. The conditions of the Cage in those days would have been awful. There was no light at all. There was a tiny little light in the roof. There were no doors. That's the only visible light they would have had. It would have been very, very cold, very damp, no doubt full of mice and creatures. They were chained to the walls, lots of them all chained to the brick walls. It would have been horrible, and it would have been freezing and very, very unhealthy. Worst thing that had ever happened, and I hadn't really told anyone because it just sounds too fantastical. My friend, he was a sergeant major in Afghanistan, Neil, and my best friend Kirsty, she's a nurse. They popped in for a cup of tea. It was an afternoon, summertime. We walked through, made the tea, sat back out there. Now, before this was carpeted, it used to be the wood. And Neil's sitting there and he said, Ness, what's all that on the floor? There was big blood splatters on the floor.
You're kidding
I'm not
me.
joking. This is absolute truth. Now, he came through and first of all he said, Ness, and he said, this is blood. And He said, what the hell is going on in this house? I've had some tenants ringing me up screaming, the activity at night up and down the stairs, cushions being thrown across the sofa, doors opening. One woman was physically kneeled on and she was in her bed and she was physically restrained in her bed. That was her last couple of weeks here. She again made plans to leave. I've tried to rent it out and nobody stays here long.
Yeah, we moved in after Vest had invited us to live here. She told us it was haunted before we came, but I was never a believer and didn't think anything of it. But after living here for 6 months to a year, it just got to the point where I felt uncomfortable, even in daytime, let alone of a night. After hearing people coming upstairs when there's no one in the house, doors rattling, things moving, things disappearing, it just got too much.
What's the worst thing that happened to you while you were in there?
I think the worst thing was being upstairs on my own of a night and hearing someone coming up the stairs, the handle on the bedroom door turning, and knowing full well that there's no one in the house, no one's likely to be in the house, and it just puts you on edge. You don't know what's coming through. You know that no one's there, but someone's coming up the stairs and someone's turning the handle, so it just got too much.
This is on the little downstairs toilet. There's a problem in here as well. Only quite recently, I was in here and I heard scratching coming from through this cupboard underneath from the floor. Now, first of all, I thought, scratching, what kind of noise was it? It wasn't like on tiles or it wasn't like on painted wood. It was as if it was coming actually from underneath. And it happened loudly twice. And then so I just got out again. I was only here just just clearing up and just had to go.
What do you think that was?
Well, there's supposed to be, every medium and psychic literally I've had in here in 4 years always say the same thing. They're buried underneath the floor. There's bodies underneath this floor. Now, for St Osyth, it's not out of the way because it's happened before. They found witches' skeletons and various things, bodies underneath floors. I think it may be connected to that, I'm not sure. But something's underneath there. Something's underneath here. And it was if, I'm not being dramatic, but it was if it's like, come on, I'm here.
Chris Palmer is a local paranormal investigator who believes that the cage is one of the most frightening places he's ever been.
We came here, that's probably about 8 at night. We were setting up the cameras all throughout the house. I was setting up upstairs, came walking down the stairs, and I felt a strong push on my back. I turned around, there weren't no one behind me, so I shouted to my colleague Lee to come down, because he was in the other room upstairs. He came down, and then he got shoved in the back as well downstairs, but he actually went right to the bottom.
Did he hurt himself?
No, because I was on the bottom, he landed on me. I have investigated probably hundreds of cases, but each time I come here, this is always the worst feeling. The next day I'll have a headache. I feel like when I'm in here, it's very depressing. It's a depressing place to be in. I couldn't live here. Couldn't be in it by myself for any length of time.
There was also one story of a gentleman that came here. He was with a ghost investigation team. He was a huge man. He was a debt collector. And he showed me his arms. He had stab wounds. He was a big, big man and not very easily intimidated at all. And he was in this room doing an investigation. And he said he got physically pushed into the wardrobe. Now, he said to me, Vanessa, look at the size of me. And he said this thing actually physically pushed him into the wardrobe. And he was terrified. And that's the thing, you could be big and brave and all you want. Like you say, the dead don't hurt you, but people like him who deal with the living every day on that kind of basis. And he was actually physically attacked in here. And there's lots more people that have been physically attacked. I've had people pushed in the wardrobes, completely in the wardrobes. I've had people scratched, where you can physically see scratch marks. There's also been tragedy recently in the cage as well. One previous owner hung himself. in this property. And from what I can gather, from what people see, he doesn't seem to have passed on. There is a theory that if you do commit suicide, you don't pass over, or you have to wait before you're collected. That is an opinion. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. But unfortunately, the suicide of a recent gentleman in here, he doesn't seem to have gone at all. This house has been up for sale every 3 years for as long as I can remember. I've been brought up in this village as a child, and I didn't realise how bad it was, but I look back now, there's a reason nobody's owned this house for long. There's a reason people always leave, or kill themselves in here, or get divorced, or go mad.
Well, what an extraordinary cottage the Cage is. It just seems to have a bad, negative, draining energy. A dream if you're a ghost hunter, a complete haunting nightmare if you're an estate agent. This is the old Courthouse Inn in Great Bromley. It dates back to the 16th century and apparently it's very haunted. The owners have experienced all sorts of spooky goings-on, paranormal groups have investigated, and even intriguing spirit photographs have been taken.
The old Courthouse Inn in Great Bromley in Essex is a 17th century coaching inn, which was also used as an actual courthouse, complete with a gallows across the road. Lots of ghosts have been seen over the years, and spirit photographer Ron Bowers claims to have captured some of them on his digital camera, both here and back at the Cage.
So, Ron, this first photograph that I'm looking at, where was that taken?
It was just taken on his staircase there.
Oh, just here?
Yeah, and looking down, down here. It's a matter of taking quite a few pictures, and out of one, you know, like 10 photographs, one appears.
And is that a ghost, then?
I'd like to think so, but it's an image of energy, I believe.
No idea who it might be?
No, there is a story of a lady that's been seen at the bottom of the stairs. Perhaps that's her.
Can everybody take spirit photographs?
Well, I would love to think so, but I mean, some people may capture something like in a family shot and be frightened. Who's that man in the background? And maybe they delete it if it's with a digital camera. It works for me. That's the only way I can say it, really.
This is obviously in the bathroom, Ron.
Yes.
In fact, right by there, right by the shower. But, you know, that's an extraordinary picture. You can actually see the shape of a lady.
That's right, and it actually looks like she's posing. Just before I took this picture, there was a group in here, and they were saying that they'd sensed a lady. I was just taking pictures in total darkness, and that's one that I captured.
That's in darkness?
Total darkness using flash.
How do you do it, Ron? Because I look at that and I think, how come I wouldn't be able to get a picture like that?
Well, I mean, I'd like to believe I'm getting a helping hand from my father, but he always wanted me to be a photographer, but it's been explained to me it's a physical mediumship, and there were many physical mediums, 1800s up to 1940, and that was the only form of mediumship before.
What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means.
Physical mediumship is managing to capture something and give, like, proof, rather than someone saying they've got a John here, not actually giving any physical. It's actually producing something, like a trance medium could sit there and his face can transfigure.
Where's this next one? Where's this? Is this back in the hallway?
Yes, that's downstairs.
Let's go and have a look at that one.
Yeah, some people would say these pictures are too good to be true, but all you can do is take a photograph, have people present with you, and show them straight away as soon as you take the photograph.
Landlords Vinnie and Sarah Runzulli and their daughter Sammy Jo have experienced lots of strange goings-on over the years.
when he came here and went upstairs to take some photos, and he went into room 3 and he was up there for about half an hour, and he just came running down the stairs and he showed Vince actually on his camera the image.
Yeah.
It must be so, because no way could he not have taken that image.
No.
It was amazing, wasn't
And
it?
I mean, I think Ron Bauer's...
So excited, wasn't he?
Ron Bauer's pictures are great.
Yeah.
Everyone who comes in here and sees them. But the thing is, he came to me particularly because I'm a believer, but then not. I sort of try to find an answer for whatever, but my eyes have really opened quite wide
He's a
here.
real genuine man.
And he showed me on his actual camera the lens, the shots. Take 1 on the bed, take 2 of the figure, then take 3 of the floor, and he kept and I'm thinking, well, you know, he's not. How can he sort of fix this picture here, because it was on his actual lens of his camera, and yeah, I think he's made a believer out of me. I mean, but
well, I've actually sat in a room with him when he's taken photos before he's actually taken it, and he said, "Sarah, have a look at this," before he's even taken the photo.
So where's this one, Ron?
It's outside room 2, just around this corridor.
Oh, look, yeah, I can see by the fire extinguisher. So how did you take this one?
Like I usually do, every picture I take, I view through the LCD screen and just snapping away, and this apparition appeared.
Was that in darkness?
Total darkness.
So you couldn't actually see this when you were taking the photo, you could just sense it?
Sensing, but sometimes you do see, but when you're using like rapid fire, because the shots are going, you know, you see something, and then obviously you have to play the camera back, and then...
And so this is there for what, seconds? And you just capture those seconds that the spirit might be there?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 pictures before this, and 2 or 3 pictures after this, and this is maybe the 2nd or the 3rd picture.
You can sometimes just get the feeling that you're being watched, and then sometimes it's a really uncomfortable feeling, and you sort of don't want to be, like, whichever room it's in. It could be like in like the bar area, or like the function room, or the dining room, or like even in our house. Sometimes it's a feeling that you're okay to be around, and other times you just feel like you shouldn't be there and that you're not wanted there, if you know what I mean. And it's a strange feeling.
We were sitting at the bar having a drink, and we could hear 3 claps. So I thought, what's that? So we got up, walked in to the restaurant, and there was nothing there.
No.
So I don't know what that was.
of course I went and checked it all out, thinking, well, who's over there? I couldn't find anybody.
But the most strangest experience we've ever had in here was the television. With my son, when we first came here, every night he'd play pool in there, and the television wouldn't be on, switched off at the wall, and he'd be playing pool, and all of a sudden the television had come on, 6:15 every night. So in the end, he got so spooked, he stopped coming in.
Well, one night we were locking up, so all the lights were off, and my boyfriend was just looking through the window to see if he could see anything, because he knew that things were around, and he stood there looking out the window, and a woman appeared and just sort of moved straight across him, and she looked like a maid. She was wearing like cleaner's clothes, like old Victorian styled clothes, and just looked like she was just sort of cleaning, and just sort of went past.
Was that a shadow, or was that an apparition?
Yeah, but you could see her. It was like, it just looked like a normal person that just walked straight past in front of him.
Ron, does anyone else manage to get similar pictures while you're taking them?
People have captured what they call orbs in the same sort of areas and direction of where I've been taking photographs. To be honest, I take most of these when I'm on my own, but with the paranormal groups, you know, they're there when I take a photograph, so if something is captured, they can see it straight away.
This one is really quite extraordinary, because you can really see the figure sitting there, and that's right there, isn't it?
Yes. I have been in there a previous time, and with a medium, and he was beckoning what we believe was a young boy, so who knows?
Ron, are all these pictures just taken on a normal camera then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on my 3rd camera now. It started with a tiny Samsung camera, and I use a couple of Fuji cameras now.
I mean, I find them absolutely astonishing, but most people would look at these and their first comment would be, are they photoshopped?
Yeah, of course. Well, they're not, because you can't take a photograph in a room and then produce the image.
So you literally show that to someone as soon as you've taken it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've taken photographs with maybe up to 20 people in a room. You know, you can only do that, and if they don't believe you, then they never will, I guess.
I mean, it's amazing to think what a ghost might look like. Obviously, I've never seen one, and you're showing me a photograph of what, and you're telling me that's a ghost.
It's an energy. I don't like using the word ghost. I'm being a spiritualist. I like the word spirit, and yeah, it's an energy, and I think a lot of buildings retain the energies.
Well, I must say I find those spirit photographs intriguing, but I think the only way I'll really believe it for myself is if I manage to catch a spirit on my camera. Here's hoping. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today we've come to the West Country. Later on I'll be going to Berkeley Castle, where King Edward II was murdered by his wife Queen Isabella in a most grisly way. But first of all, we're in one of the most spiritual places in the country, Glastonbury, which not only has a fabulous history, but it's also home to one of the oldest and most haunted inns in the region. And it's right here in the town centre, the George and Pilgrims Hotel.
The George and Pilgrims Hotel is reputedly Glastonbury's most haunted site. It was built in 1475 to accommodate wealthy pilgrims and other visitors to the famous abbey, including King Henry VIII, who came there in the 16th century to supervise its burning down. Over the years, many guests and staff have reported seeing ghosts. And the current landlord's son agreed to show me round.
So when does this date back to?
1475.
And what would this part have been?
This is where they'd have brought the coaches up to let the customers out.
And do you get a lot of paranormal activity here?
Yeah, we get some orbs and some energy.
And do you often see the orbs?
Yeah, we often see the orbs on the cameras at night, especially.
That must be quite spooky.
It's quite spooky.
As are these things, the gargoyles.
Yeah, they're original to the building. They're been plastered up to closer now, but they were probably an original brick. But they're quite scary at night when you walk down here on your own.
And what's this?
These are the dray doors to the cellar, and sometimes you can hear stamping on the cellar doors, which sounds like it's echoing through the cellars, which is really scary when you're down there.
Justine, do the locals think that the pub is haunted, or is it just myth?
No, definitely. The locals, some of them won't even come in here. My brothers, my sisters, they're just like, no, don't want to go there.
Because of the ghosts?
Yeah. There's one particular room, when I was younger, I went into it, and it was so cold. It was absolutely freezing. And it was a nice day, because I used to play here. But there was something, there was definitely something there.
I definitely think this place is haunted. I've had a couple of experiences. I had a pint of water, drank half of it, there was nobody else in the room, came back to it about half an hour later, and there was 2 screws in the bottom of the drink. There was nobody else had been in the room, so where'd that come from? I don't know.
Barman Paul Cooper also had a weird experience one day while serving some customers.
One minute I was working and a lady came in, and because it's an eating establishment, we don't allow dogs in, and I thought I saw her walk up the alleyway there. And I was going to say to her, sorry, no dogs, but as she got to that post and walked past, she didn't have a dog. I forgot all about it, you know, didn't think much of it. And then later on in the evening, she then came to the bar, and I actually looked over the bar at her feet, and she looked at me a bit strange. I said, sorry, I thought you had a dog. And obviously there wasn't one, never mind. But after I finished my shift at 9 o'clock, I went to sit down and have a drink with somebody else, and they were with that lady, and she said to me about the dog. She said, I have a dog that follows me around. And I was like, how odd's that?
So a ghost dog?
A ghost dog, yeah.
And this is the way down to the cellar.
To the spooky cellar?
The spooky cellars.
Lots of activity down here, I presume.
Oh, yes, loads of activity. If you mind your head on the way down.
I've got a torch. I can get that out.
OK.
Oh, here we go.
If you just mind your head on here.
Gosh, they were so small in those days, weren't they?
Yeah, well, this used to be the doorway here.
Yeah.
And there used to be a door into there. And if you follow me down this way... One day I was down here, moving barrels about, and I usually say hello when I come into the cellar, just to, if there is anything down here, just to make sure they know I'm coming down here, not to hurt them. And I forgot to do it one day, and I picked a barrel up, and I just stood there, and then about an inch from my left, something coughed, like and I was like, just wondered what it was, but it really scared me.
What's in here?
This bit here, this is where you would go through to the Abbey.
So this was the tunnel that went to the Abbey?
Yeah, if you bang it, you can still hear the echoes.
Now, I'm sure I read somewhere that a monk was holed up in this tunnel on purpose.
Yeah, he had an affair with a lady, and he was put into there and he was bricked up so he couldn't get out. And that's, you see ghosts, people have seen ghosts of a monk and a lady, and that's what they say it is. The lady's come back to be with him.
That's a grisly way to die, isn't it, to be holed up in a tunnel?
It is.
And so obviously that's why he's still haunting the hotel.
Yeah, trying to get back with his long-lost love.
But it's not just the cellars that are haunted. Landlady Kathy Breakwell agreed to show me around some of the haunted bedrooms upstairs.
So, Kath, is there a lot of paranormal activity in the bedrooms?
Yes, there's loads. We have guests all the time telling us that they see things, they hear things, they feel things. And this is one of the most active rooms we have. This is the monk cell.
Great name.
Yes, fantastic room.
So, Kath, what's happened in here?
This is one of the most haunted rooms, and it's documented in several books. People have witnessed TVs coming on. They've heard music late at night, harp music, and one lady actually asked if she could move room in the morning because her bedclothes had been taken off her in the night.
But going back to the TVs, is there no explanation for that, for the telly coming on in the middle of the night?
Well, no, because they're all remote control activated, and people are nowhere near the remote controls, and they just automatically come on in the night, and they've ended up taking the plugs out to stop it coming on. I was sat in the flat, and I had my cardigan hung up on the back of a chair, and my son was there with me as well, and the arm just went up in the air and went behind the chair. And so myself and my son said, that's it, time for work.
And what do you think that was?
I haven't got a clue, but somebody definitely picked the arm up of the cardigan, and there was nobody else over there. The other weird thing is, when guests stay, they say they hear people walking up the corridors at night.
What, and definitely nobody's there?
Definitely nobody's there. They also hear music a lot of the time, and we don't have any music on. And this is one of our 4 poster rooms. They're very nice rooms.
The Abbot Selwood room.
The Abbot Selwood
This is a
room.
stunning room, isn't it?
All original beds.
And what happens in here then?
Well, there was a guest staying here, and a lot of guests take photographs of all the rooms, and he came back with a photograph, and there was like an apparition in the photograph. And he said he didn't see it at the time, but it's definitely on the photograph. So it's a very spooky old place.
I stayed in this room where we are now and slept in this bed. And as soon as I walked into the room, the best way to describe it was a bit like walking to someone else's party. You know, like when you walk into a bar and the conversation stops and everyone turns around and looks at you. It felt like that even though there was nobody in the room. So I immediately felt really scared. And I didn't sleep a wink that night. Almost the first picture I took had these 3 white orbs stretching across the picture in it. And in my heart at the time, I knew that they weren't dust or just something accidental. I knew they were something. I just did. I began to sweat, actually. I was really scared because I felt so aware of hundreds of years of people and souls and people who've committed suicide here and had traumatic experiences and have been here during traumatic times, you know, like during the Black Death and everything. You could just feel hundreds of years of curious souls looking at you. And I just felt really conspicuous, and I could hardly breathe in and out. You know, like when you're a kid and you're really scared in your room. I mean, like, I'm 53 years old, it's ridiculous. But when you're a kid and you're kind of like, you're hiding under your duvet and you think that if you breathe too loudly, they'll come and get you because they'll hear you. I mean, all those kind of stupid things about being a kid. I mean, it was really like that. I mean, I felt about 5.
Richard Thackway is a waiter at the hotel, and he's seen the ghost of a small child on more than one occasion.
So, Rich, you've had a paranormal experience even here in the kitchen, haven't you?
Yes, I have, yeah. I've been sort of working in here and sort of just, you know, pottering about, putting stuff away. Then it's always like, it feels like there's a presence just more or less where you're standing, you know. And it's always a small person, though. It's never a tall person, but it's literally, it's a few seconds, you know. So you look and it's gone, you know. But yeah, you can feel something in here, you know. I mean, it's through the whole pub's got a bit of a feel about it, but you know, it's just, I think something's interesting. You know, you're watching what you're doing, and I think generally, if there is anything spirit-wise, you know, it's interesting who these people are here now, you know.
I mean, the place doesn't feel bad. It feels really warm, but I think I'd be scared if somebody popped up and appeared in front of me and started speaking. I'd probably join them in death.
You've got such a quiver. You just seen one. As cool as
We didn't see a ghost. It was a shadow. That's different, isn't it? If it came out the bathroom and go, "What are you doing here?" I'd be on the floor.
So Glastonbury, from its haunted and historical The George and Pilgrims Hotel to its wonderfully eclectic mix of people that you meet just walking down the high street, it's certainly been an interesting day. This is Berkeley Castle, and it was built way back in 1154. It's still the home of the Berkeley family. Over the centuries, it's had many notable guests staying here, the most famous being Edward II, who was imprisoned here and apparently came to his grisly end in one of the cells. With so much history, it's hardly surprising that the castle is said to be haunted.
Berkeley Castle was built in 1153 and has served an important role in English history, including the imprisoning and murder of King Edward II. For approximately 850 years, the castle has been home to the Berkeley family and claims to be the oldest inhabited castle in England. Ghosts are said to abound within its stone walls, and the current heir to the estate, Charles Berkeley, agreed to show me around.
Over the years, I'm just going to take you down into this room, an amazing room down here.
What room is this?
This is the Great Hall, the sort of banqueting hall, the main room in the castle where they'd have had huge feasts and banquets and weddings and parties. And it's also got some ghost stories. I hear that you're interested in learning a bit more. There is the story of a lady. There's a lady in white that's been seen going up that staircase onto that gallery. And she's disappeared, literally, at the top of the gallery. And she's been seen by one of our guides. So who knows?
Does anyone know who that ghost may be?
No, we think it's a Berkeley lady or a lady who was married to a Berkeley, but we're not sure. All we know is she's dressed in white, fair hair, and she has been seen several times.
Where do we go now?
Right, Michaela, up the stairs here.
This is an amazing area.
This is fantastic, and what I love about this is the wall hangings here, the silk wall hangings. They were made locally in Stroud Valley, and supposedly it was a Henry VIII's bedchamber at Hampton Court, and it was a gift when he came and visited with his wife, Anne Boleyn, before she had her head chopped off. He came and gave us this.
So some people bring flowers, but Henry VIII bought a wall hanging.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay.
It's been patched up over the years, but it's stunning. I'm going to take you into the old chapel. Because this is a really interesting room. There you go.
So this doesn't look like a chapel.
It doesn't. It's been changed a lot. This was, in the old days, there was a door at that entrance there, and there would have been an altar up here. And this was turned into a morning room by the last Berkeley, Lord Berkeley. But it was a chapel, and it's got amazing inscriptions on the roof going back to 1400 from the Bible, which were only uncovered about 50 years ago when we were doing some work on the painted decoration. It's got this beautiful fireplace that came from France, and
where does that date back to then?
That dates back to 1400s.
And the tapestries behind you?
And the tapestries are 16th century, and they're all Belgian. Really lovely tapestries. It's just a fantastic room.
So has there been any paranormal activity in this room?
There has, and because this was a chapel, we had some people doing some filming here, and they saw a priest. They presumed he's a priest, like a monk, with the hood and everything else. He disappeared through that door. He literally walked through it.
And they saw his actual figure, not just a sort of shadow of his figure?
They saw an actual figure, they saw the face, and then he turned away with the hood over and walked literally through the door.
I guess all these paintings have a history as well.
They do. There are hundreds of them, and they can all, I'm sure, tell a story about their life here at the castle.
Thanks. This part of the castle is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
It's fantastic. It's just beautiful. This whole in a bailey, and there is a story. That stone bench over there. There's a story. My mother was out having her first cup of coffee in the morning with the dogs, and she saw three ladies sitting on that bench in costume, Victorian costume, and she went up to them thinking it was strange early in the morning, and she said they just vanished. As soon as she got within 10 yards, they suddenly vanished, and she was stunned. And my father came out and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost," and she said, "I think I have." Okay, Michaela, we're going into the keep now and up the trip steps.
Why are they called trip steps? Because they're all different levels.
They're all on different levels, and all these soldiers would come running up here, and they'd, if the soldiers were defending up here, a lot of them would probably have tripped on the way up. And
how embarrassing!
And then this is amazing. This is the original entrance to Edward II's cell where he was imprisoned and murdered.
So this is where the grisly history is.
This is where the grisly history of Berkeley is, that people really know about Berkeley Castle, is Edward II met his end in this very room.
It's actually not as horrible as I thought it was going to be.
It isn't. It is a room. It's just a very old room with the little windows, and hasn't changed much over the years. But it would have been, it would have been very cold in here and fairly damp.
So what happened to Edward II in this room?
He was imprisoned in here. There was a dungeon, basically a pit, oubliette, next to this cell, and he was imprisoned in here, brought into here for 6 months, and kept by his wife and the barons and various others in this room, captured. No one knew he was here. They kept him here, fed him, looked after him for 6 months, and then decided that they were going to do away with him. He was considered quite a weak king. He had his favourites, and the barons weren't happy with him. And in the end, the story goes, he was suffocated in here, in his bed one night, and a red hot poker burnt his insides out, which was a horrible way to go.
So basically the red hot poker was put up his bottom?
Up his bottom, and his insides would have been burnt so that there was no mark on the outside of his body, so no one would have known what happened.
Paranormal researcher Richard Felix was one of the first people to come and investigate the castle when he stayed overnight in Edward II's cell.
I've had loads of experiences here. To me, this is one of the jewels in Britain's haunted crown. There's so much trauma that went on in this castle from 1153. Battles, executions, murders. I was the first person to sleep in the room where King Edward II was murdered since he did, and it was on the anniversary. And I slept all night alone. Well, I didn't sleep at all in the room, but I spent the night in there. I'm convinced that someone was standing by the door. So convinced that I thought it was Tim, the curator, that had actually come to check that I was all right. And I sort of sat up and said, "Hello, Tim, hello?" Nobody there, nobody answered. But I just got this ridiculous sense. You see, I don't see dead people. I'm not in the slightest bit psychic, or I may be sensitive to the subject, but it's not anything in my mind. You know, there was someone there, I'm sure. So things happened, but I can't prove beyond all doubt that they were paranormal. But I know for a fact that room is haunted.
Well, Berkeley Castle really is an interesting place, and with almost 900 years of history captured in the fabric of the walls, maybe Richard's right. There could be many more ghosts here yet to be discovered. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Later on, I'll be finding out about the infamous Pendle Hill Witches in Lancashire. But first, I've come to neighbouring Cheshire, to a rather wet day here in Congleton, to visit the Lion and Swan Hotel, which is known for its ghosts of a naked wench and a saucy lady of the night.
Built in the 16th century, this half-timbered coaching inn is at the heart of the historic market town of Congleton in Cheshire. It's thought that there was an earlier building on the site, which could date as far back as 1496, which also functioned as a licensed inn. Then, during the early 19th century, the Lion and Swan became the penultimate stop in the New London to Manchester stagecoach service. It has a number of famous ghosts and even a haunted fireplace. The current manager, Billy Roberts, agreed to show me around.
OK, so first, Michaela, I'll take you to the fireplace. This is in the lounge area of the hotel.
Fabulous looking fireplace.
It's a beautiful fire.
It's very detailed, isn't it?
The fire's original to the building. However, the surround is actually an old bed headboard from a bed. It's filled with pagan fertility symbols.
Oh, is that why they've all got
that's
big
why, and actually
bellies?
touching them is believed to help you conceive.
Oh, just quite my hand then.
The first sort of story we have is that there was a young girl who has been seen here once or twice.
So a ghost, you mean?
A ghost, yes. She's completely naked, apart from some clogs. And she's believed to have tried to come here to help her conceive, to touch the fireplace. And she's taken a fertility potion, which obviously didn't help, and she died from that. The most prolific ghost sighting we have in the hotel is actually of a coach driver who's been seen many a time stoking the fire in a old brown coat and a brown hat. He's been seen by the owner, he's been seen by the owner's grandchild, who was only 4 or 5 years old, and I actually saw him myself the other day, just 4 or 5 days ago.
The biggest experience that stands out in my mind is with my little boy. We were in the bar area near the haunted fireplace, and he was actually 3 at the time, and he was hiding behind the reception area, just to the corner. I was sat on the sofa next to it, and I sort of said to him, "Kian, come and sit down, what are you doing?" And he was sort of looking with a curious sort of little look, as children do. And he said, "I'm watching the man." There was only me and him down at that time in the morning. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. And there was no one there. And he was like, "Mum, I'm watching the man. He's wafting the fire. I can see him at the fireplace." I was like, "What man?" He's like, "The man in the brown coat, Mummy." There was nobody there at the time. So that's the biggest experience to my mind.
Billy, how much of the building is still original?
Well, the building itself is 500 years old. It's been built on many a time throughout the years, however. The fireplace I showed you, room 20 itself, is very much an original room. It's actually the home of our most famous ghost, and it's...
We can see it's still got all the old timber beams.
Yes, it's still single pane glass, still very much original how it would have been. And like I said, it's the home of the most famous ghost that we have, which is the Lady of the Night. Now, she's been known to visit single travelling males. She breathes on the neck in the middle of the night. She also has been felt on top of people, actually, the weight of her on top of people. And a couple of years ago, we had an engineer staying with us who actually at 3 or 4 in the morning came running out of his room screaming, "I didn't touch her, I didn't touch her."
So you don't know if he saw an apparition or what happened?
We don't know what he saw. All we know is he was very scared that night and has decided that he no longer wants to stay with us, and he was spooked.
And this being an old coaching inn, you could have had prostitutes.
There was probably, very much definitely, that sort of thing going on. We also do a lot of seances in the room, and that's when the Lady of the Night came up. But we get residual energy from the seances, and the lights over in the corner, they've actually been known to spark almost a foot away from the light.
So a spark coming
after a séance, yeah.
out of here?
So it only happens after the séance.
But that's not possible, is it?
It shouldn't be, no. And we've had to sort of calm the room down and seal it so that no one can use it for safety purposes and have the lights checked. And once they've come back, there's been no real problem with the light. It's just one of those things. The paranormal people say it's residual energy.
So you either get electrocuted or squashed to death?
Or you get the flying tables over here.
That's a dangerous room, then.
Or over here, we do quite a lot of investigations, lots of glasswork, which is like the Ouija boards and seances and things. And very recently, we've had the table actually lift off the floor. it very much spooked the people that were here.
Well, that's quite a hefty
It's a heavy table.
So how do you explain that?
Again, it's one of those things you can't explain. Very much like what happens in most of the hotel. I shall show you the corridor, in fact, where we get quite a lot more activity.
This is an active room, though.
It's a very active room.
Local businesswoman Emma Cox has actually stayed in room 20 and says she immediately felt uneasy when she walked in.
When I first came into the room, I did sort of feel like there was somebody else in the room, but I didn't really acknowledge that until later on in the evening. I sort of remembered when I was speaking to the bar staff downstairs that I'd come into the room, put my bag down on the floor and said, "I'll be back in a minute," which is quite out of character for me. I'm usually quite a sort of a lonely person, into my room, put my bag down, go down for a drink. But the fact that I'd sort of said and spoken to the room, I sort of already felt a presence within the room, if that makes sense, but I hadn't acknowledged it. So, and it was just quite cold compared to the rest of the pub.
A lot of people say they hear noises in this room. What do you think those noises are, then?
Yeah, I did hear some noises when I stayed in the room. I kept drifting off to sleep and then I'd be woken up by something, so I'd get out of my bed, turn the lights on thinking, oh, there's something in the room, have a look round and sort of try and establish where the noise was coming from. And the majority of the time I found that it was just a sign outside of the bedroom window. So you look outside the bedroom window, there's a sign that's sort of blowing in the wind, making a creaking noise. So I don't really feel like it's anything at all, apart from just the building's old. You know, there's like general little creaky noises and the fact that the sign does sort of wake you up with the noise sometimes.
Let me quickly show you room 23. There's a very weird occurrence happened just recently. Yeah, the telephone in reception actually went off. These phones ring down to reception, and as I was sat there, the phone came off, and room 23 was calling, so I answered. Nothing for a while, and then it put the phone down on me. As I was sort of wondering if anyone was actually in room 23, it then decided to make an outside phone call. We later found out there was nothing in room 23. There was no guests, nothing, no one staying. Just decided to pick the phone up and talk to me.
That's really spooky.
It did spook me out quite a lot.
And there's no sort of technical thing that could have made that happen?
There's no technical thing. We've had the phone checked. I came up myself to make sure that no one was actually in the room as an error, and nothing. It was just decided that it wanted to reach out and touch someone.
Sometimes I feel fine, and other times it's quite uneasy feeling. It depends, it changes from time to time. Like the last Monday, I had to stay over to do a night duty and I couldn't sleep at all. I was absolutely terrified.
Let me show you something else that happened very recently. In fact, just a couple of months ago, I was closing the hotel, and I actually live in this apartment here. And as I came, I'd closed the hotel maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and as I came up the corridor, I got to around this area and I heard a very definite giggle. It was sort of like a high-pitched girl, and I couldn't sort of work out where the giggling was coming from. But it was 2 nights on the trot as well, and it sort of it was a young girl's high-pitched giggle. It was definite.
How did that make you feel? Did it freak you out?
It freaked me out quite a lot. I was actually, like I said, I just lived there, so it was too near to my apartment for me to like, but I just sort of very quickly got in the door and sort of locked the door, and that was me for the night.
Has anyone else experienced it?
The owner's, he has a dog, and he walked the dog up the corridor. This was maybe 6 months back, and he heard the crashing of his own grandchildren charging up behind him, and as he turned round to welcome them, there was nothing there. There was no grandchildren, nothing, but it sounded like there was children behind him. And the dog had actually bolted at that time, refused to come back in.
Well, that's quite interesting, isn't it? Because they say that dogs see spirits much more than we do.
It's true, and there's meant to be a sort of, there's reportings of a girl or a boy, a young girl or boy that roams this corridor up and down here.
What did your dad think to that experience?
He thought it was strange, yeah, he was quite spooked by it. And at the time, the children wouldn't have been here anyway. They were at nursery and school, so it was just obviously a subconscious sort of thought that they were here, but unexplainable.
Okay, I'm going to take you down the cellar now. This is where, again, one or two things have happened to us.
Is it a spooky cellar?
It's a very spooky cellar. Now, a lot of things happen in these cellars, Michaela, but let me tell you something that's happened in my spooky experience. I was actually in the bottling area. This is where we keep all the bottles and things. And as I was just moving things around, getting stock, I was aware of someone walked straight past through the door that way. And it was out of the corner of my eye. I put it down to the owner, John, actually walking through. I later found out upstairs that it was actually, he was still up there and no one had been down. I thought maybe it was my imagination, but just a couple of weeks ago, one of our bar staff, Dom, actually had the same thing happen to him, and it scared him stiff too.
Not so long ago, one of the gents were bottling up, and he heard a loud crash, and a till had been knocked off, which was just full of pennies. There was no way it could have been knocked off. It had been there for ages. It was just a collection of pennies that we'd saved up over time, and they were all over the floor. And yeah, spirits walking past, or something walking past.
Well, the Lion and Swan certainly has some great ghost stories, but my favourite has to be of the naked lady wearing clogs seen by this fireplace. My only question is, why was she wearing clogs? Hidden in the mist behind me is Pendle Hill here in Lancashire. It's well known for the famous witch trials of 1612. It's not so much a story of ghosts and hauntings, but it's certainly a haunting story.
The Pendle Hill witch trials of 1612 were some of the most infamous in British history. 9 women were accused of meeting up on Pendle Hill and using sorcery and spells to curse and kill 17 men, using cauldrons, teeth, effigies, and even black cats. Fear and hysteria broke out in the local villages, and the women were all arrested, tried, and eventually sent to hang in Lancaster for their crimes. Local historian Simon Entwistle agreed to tell me the chilling story.
So Simon, the Pendle Witches story is an amazing story. How does it all start?
Starts way back in 1612, March 1612, when young Alison Device left her place on the side of Pendle Hill, which is right behind us, and she made her way along the foothills. There she had the misfortune of meeting a gentleman from Halifax called John Law. John Law was a 1612 peddler. He had items which we'd really call 1612 luxuries. Alison begged, "Oh, please, sir, just a few pins, sir." "Be on your way," shouted John Law. All of a sudden, this huge black dog sat next to Alison and came from nowhere, and the dog talked. "Alison, shall I lame him for you?" "Lame him?" All of a sudden, Law fell to the floor and found to his horror he was completely paralysed on his left side. Left arm, left leg, completely useless. He lay on the side of the hill for quite a few hours, and the kind people of Colne, a town in North Pendle, took him down by stretcher to an old alehouse called the Dog and Partridge. Their word spread back to Halifax, and Abraham, the eldest son, came to collect his father. "Father, what's happened to you? You look terrible." "I've been cursed. There's a witch round here, a young girl called Device. What's more, she's got a dog, and I swear to you, the dog talked."
So Simon, what happened next?
Well, Alison was taken to an alehouse by the eldest son, Abraham. There she confessed to being a witch. She had no idea it was a state capital offence. In doing so, she also incriminated her grandmother. She incriminated Bessie Chattox and her daughter Anne Redfern. They were sent to the city of Lancaster and thrown into Lancaster City Castle Jail. 2 days later, on the slopes of Pendle Hill here, at the home of the Device family, Malkin Tower, there the Good Friday meeting of 1612 took place. The whole idea was to get this huge cooking vessel out, light a fire beneath it, and the black syrupy liquid inside the cooking vessel began to bubble and steam. And into that bubbling liquid went crushed, powdered human teeth, the odd clay effigy, and indeed the odd human scalp. The whole idea was to get a potion together to blow the gates of Lancaster City Castle open and rescue their loved ones. I believe 4 of them definitely believe they were witches. I believe they actually had powers. We do know in the courts at Lancaster that when they were cross-examined, they mentioned how they'd made these clay effigies and crumbled them and people were dying. They were found guilty of the murder by witchcraft of 17 local people and indeed having these witches' familiars, which are these 3 large black dogs that came to them at different times of their lives and gave them special powers.
In December 2011, engineers working for a local water company were surprised to unearth the 17th century cottage in the shadow of Pendle Hill, which could have belonged to one of the witches. The cottage contained a sealed room with the bones of a cat bricked into the wall. It's believed that the cat was buried alive to protect the cottage from evil spirits.
Well, every witch has what's called a familiar. This can come in the form of a cat or a dog. In the case of the Pendle witches, they had dogs, but a dog or a cat would give them special powers. Apparently it was the devil in disguise that could change its shape and in return give special powers to these so-called witches.
So how does the story end?
The story ends with 12 people being executed. The 11 Pendle witches and 1 from Windle in St Helens. They were all found guilty of making clay effigies and crumbling them. And people were dying of mysterious ailments. 17 local people in all. They were then taken to the pillory at Lancaster where they had to mount a rostrum. A rope was placed around their necks and the stools kicked out from underneath them. These poor people didn't actually hang, they strangled to death. It was a very, very cruel and barbaric act.
Do you think they were witches?
I believe 4 of them believed they were indeed witches, but I believe some may have been completely innocent of the crimes against them.
The idea that the witches were innocent is growing in popularity. Local businessman Julian Jordan is hoping to petition Parliament to overturn their convictions.
Julian, how well known is the Pendle witch story to local people around here?
It's extremely well known. It's a tale we're all told when we're kids. I know in my case, I was told by my grandparents and my parents. I've told my kids, and obviously this year, especially with it being the 400th anniversary of the witch trials, it's something you just can't escape locally. But that said, you know, ever since I was a kid growing up in this area, it's something that you saw almost every day because lots of businesses around here use witch emblems. The buses use witch emblems. Even today, the main line bus to Manchester is called the Witch Way. And as I say, there are lots of local brands which, you know, use witch imagery in the way they promote themselves.
So it's really legendary.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of the sort of central planks of that legend is the sort of name of Alice Nutter and her family, you know.
And Alice Nutter was one of the accused witches?
She was one of the ones which that was tried and hanged in Lancaster. And this is actually the Nutter family plot.
So is this where she was buried?
Well, it's an interesting question. There's conjecture as to whether or not she's buried here or not. I think probably not, because as a convicted witch, she wouldn't have been buried in consecrated ground. But this is certainly the Nutter family plot. There's a bit of a local legend about them paying to bring her remains back here and bury her in this plot. And as you can see in the tombstone, there is a skull and crossbones emblem there.
Why would it have had the skull and crossbone on it then?
Well, again, that's an interesting theory. Some people think that actually denotes the fact that this is a witch's grave, and it's certainly known locally as the witch's grave. But I'm also led to believe that back in the 1600s, it was just a fairly common symbol that was used and it just denoted death.
Do local people think that they were, in fact, witches?
It depends entirely who you speak to. A lot of people believe they were witches. But a lot of people think whether or not they were witches, they were innocent. Certainly one of the things that me and some of the people that I'm involved with would like to do is call for the convictions to be quashed. I think they lived in an age of superstition, so whether or not they were witches, whether or not they believed they were witches, I think we can look back at it from a relatively rational position in this day and age and say they almost certainly weren't witches, and certainly that there was a grave miscarriage of justice there.
So, were they really witches? Were they tortured into their confession? I guess we'll never know. But I'm sure those 10 women that were hanged in 1612 had no idea that we'd still be telling their story 400 years later. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Later on, I'll be crossing the border into Wales to visit the New Inn near Chepstow. But first, I'm on the English side in the Forest of Dean at the imposing St Breville's Castle, which dates back to the 11th century.
St Breville's has been an important fortification on the border with Wales since the medieval times, when King John used it as a hunting lodge. It's had a violent and turbulent history down through the ages and is said to be brimming with ghosts. Local historian and author Ross Andrews agreed to show me around.
Hi, Ross.
Hello.
What a great door.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Yes, welcome to St Breville's.
It's a brilliant castle. It's obviously very old.
Well, actually, yeah, the original one was here going back 1,000 years. We're talking sort of Norman castles. The bit you're in now is actually 13th century, though.
Well, you can see the walls are really thick. It's obviously got masses of history. A great recipe for ghosts.
A phenomenal amount of history here. And ghosts, I mean, even the bit you've just come through is haunted. We've got phantom horses that go up and down here. We've had people being let in through that gate, and then the person letting them in turns round and there's actually nobody there.
And that's a heavy gate.
Oh, that gate's swung open before, like poltergeist activity has smashed it against the wall. But it's solid oak, absolutely massive.
So it's very haunted then?
Unbelievable. In fact, come and have a look at these ghosts we have in here. Right, so we're going to take you upstairs to King John's Lounge, which is a phenomenally haunted room.
Ross, this is now a working youth hostel, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah, you can stay here. You can actually stay in the prisons, you can stay in the hanging rooms.
That's a bit spooky for the kids.
We try not to tell the children all the ghost stories. But lots of ghost groups actually specifically book to stay in a prison for the evening. Now, this one here, King John's room, or known as the solar room, because of the amount of windows we have in here. Some of the really famous stories are situated in this room here, mostly to do with the fireplace we have here. Now, one of the really famous ones is of a crying baby. When they renovated above the roof, they actually found a body of a baby, like mummified in the ceiling.
Any idea when that dates back?
Unfortunately not. No one's told me that one.
Do they still hear the crying, even though the babies come down?
All the time.
Really?
We've heard it. Many ghost groups that come in here have actually managed to record it as well. But this also represents a lot of death. Now, in the castle, lots of people have been executed. And one story is that each one of these notches on here represent one person that's been executed just by one particular judge. Now, over here, this table. Follow me. In fact, have a go at this one. Just try lifting that table for me.
That's pretty heavy.
Well, we had a group sat round here one evening, and they were all just sat here chatting, and watch your feet. They were all sat here, and then suddenly this happened, like that. At which point they all went running out of the room.
How do you explain that?
How do I explain it? I don't, unfortunately. I wasn't here when that happened. I heard it downstairs, and I saw them all screaming down the stairs. But, I mean, there's hundreds more ghosts this way.
Wow, there are hundreds of experiences. We've had groans, weird kind of groans. We've had strange light anomalies that are definitely not dust or moths or anything. We've had footsteps, we've had chains rattling, literally. We've had doors moving, we've had bangs, we've had laughter outside. We've seen, some of our guests have seen children, heard children playing. Some of our guests have looked into mirrors and done something called scrying and actually completely been taken over by this experience and ended up fleeing from the room in tears, crying. And they report to see a certain face, and they all report to see the same face. That's a bit strange. But this place, this castle, has definitely got strange things going on, hundreds of strange things going on.
This part of the building, you're looking at 13th century. This is the West Tower. Now we're going to head upstairs to the hanging room. So there's a lot of misery in this tower, but we're going up the haunted staircase.
You'd certainly expect a hanging room to have pretty grisly memories.
Well, there's lots of reports of footsteps coming up here. So when you're in the hanging room, you can hear somebody walk up these stairs, which, as you can hear, is quite noisy, but no one ever comes through this door. And then when you come out, there's nobody here. This is the hanging room we're in now. Now, people used to be hanged off the front of the building, and there's still beams above us that go out to the front of the castle where they used to actually hang you, wait till you're dead, cut the rope, and you drop down to the floor.
How many centuries did that go on for?
Oh, this place has been a prison for hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, my favourite story about this room involves a figure that walks across this room and ends up praying. So perhaps they were going to be a victim the next day, I don't know, of being hanged. Now, it was reported by a guy from Canada, first of all, and he was sleeping in one of these beds, and he woke up in the middle of the night, saw this woman walk across the floor and kneel down and disappear. About a month or so later, a group of Spanish students were in here. And they woke up, saw the same figure. I mean, the one kid was crying his eyes out and was inconsolable. And they gave a description of exactly the same figure. Now, there's no way a guy from Canada and a group of students from Spain are going to get together just to wind us up, so.
One of my members of staff last summer had to go across and break up two dads who were just about to come to blows because one was accusing the other one's family of actually making loads of noise above, but he said his family were fast asleep. So there's supposed to be children playing on the stairs and that you can hear from the rooms above, but there was nothing. So yeah, that was quite an interesting one too. And we'd heard those stories from other people as well about children playing, from staff who heard children playing upstairs when there was nobody actually stopping, no one stopping in the East Tower. So yeah, that's kind of one that you kind of think, interesting.
This is the prison. Now, if you follow me, this is basically one of the holding cells that the castle had.
Imagine the misery as a prisoner in the 12th century walking into here.
Well, you don't have to imagine it. It's written on the walls. We have graffiti all over the walls left by prisoners from hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
And they know that this is from way back,
Oh,
rather
yeah,
than a kid doing it now.
Yeah, no, this is all written down in the history books. And that was somebody basically saying, I'll get you back for what you did to me.
So this is desperate souls that have come in here, and before they're hanged or just die.
Absolutely. I mean, some of the stuff in here is some of the more violent things in the fact that things get thrown around in here as well. And the people who have stayed in this room, they were sat in that window just over there, and saw a pillow come from the bed that's behind us. It went flying across the room and ended up hitting one of them as they were sat in the window space you're in now.
What are these bits here?
Now those, and you get these in other places as well, where they could recess metal holding rings and you could be chained to those. Over here, we have the East Tower.
Where there's more.
Oh, definitely. This is one of the most famous ones. You've got the oubliette in here.
Now, the oubliette, that's the pit where prisoners were thrown and left to die.
Absolutely. In fact, the name oubliette comes from the French to forget, oublier. And so...
That's got to be one of the most miserable ways to die.
Oh, believe me, it's horrible. If anything, it's probably one of the most horrible places in the castle. Except for the fact it looks quite nice. Just looks like a bedroom. Until we get to this part here. Let me just move all this for you. And... there we go.
Oh, look at that! So that's where bodies were just thrown.
Yeah, and it used to be deeper than this. The actual roof collapsed at one point a few hundred years ago, so some of that rubble is actually from that. So it would have been another 10 foot or so as well.
So if you were lucky, you'd break your neck and die instantly. If you were unlucky, you'd rot to death.
Well, you'd want to be the first one dead, because there's lots of reports in oubliettes of whoever died first got eaten first.
That's got to produce some ghosts.
Well, apparently, people say they feel stuff coming out. We've seen lights on camera actually coming out of this, and some of the people link the lights coming out of this to the actual scary bed that's just there. Now, this is possibly the most famous bed in the castle. This is called the scary bed because people who sleep in here, they've been lying here late at night and sometimes they wake up petrified and so on. But more importantly, this happens like that and the bed sheets will get thrown off them. Now, one guy had to wedge this bed. He moved the whole bed and wedged it against the wall. And we asked him why. And he said, well, it was the only way I could get the sheets to stay on because they kept being grabbed and thrown across the room. So, we're going to head down to the old kitchen, down these stairs. And there's a reason it's called the old kitchen, and that's because it was the old kitchen.
Oh, this looks fabulous.
Well, my favourite feature in here has got to be this, a dog spit, and it's an original.
What do you mean a dog spit?
Well, they would put a dog inside here, and it would run around, and this section here would have a chain in it, linking it to the fireplace, where the meat would actually be turning on a spit.
So it's like a hamster wheel.
Yeah,
that is
exactly
so
that.
cruel.
But one of my favourite parts about this room is the poltergeist. And if you look up at the ceiling here, it's a lovely brand new ceiling. It's been here for about 5 years. But stones appear and then just drop straight down like that onto people that are sat in here. I know it's unbelievable.
I can't quite get my head around
But we
that.
had 40 witnesses packed into this room one night and they were just watching stones appear and then just come straight down like that.
How big are the stones?
They vary from little tiny ones like that, but the biggest one I've seen was about that big. But as you can see, they can't come from the ceiling because it's all sealed. There's no way it could come from there.
But that really is incredible, isn't it? That a stone suddenly appears from nowhere.
Well, we had one woman, in fact, sat on the sofa just here, and we told her the story, and she said, no, don't believe it, and she was sat just on the end of the sofa, and as she was going, no, it's all rubbish, stone just landed straight next to her like that, as if to say, yeah, right, there you go.
I've had a number of experiences throughout the castle. One of the times I was in the old kitchen and all of a sudden little stones started appearing but dropping straight down, and I was in front of a group of 40 people and we all looked around. We couldn't understand where these stones were coming from because it was a new ceiling that had been put in. Another time I was out in the corridor outside of the State Department and we could hear women arguing, women talking, but yet there was only 5 people in the whole castle and they were all male.
Well, St Brevil's Castle certainly doesn't disappoint. Who knows if it is the most haunted place in the country, but with so many great ghost stories, surely it's got to be one of them. is the New Inn near Chepstow in Wales, and although it's called the New Inn, it dates back to the 1700s, possibly even earlier. With a local history of paganism, the occult and witchcraft, it's the perfect place for some great British ghosts.
The New Inn itself dates from 1730, but there was originally a Tudor house on the same site previously. Folklore tells a dark tale of a mother and daughter being hanged in a nearby tree for their alleged dabbling in the practice of witchcraft. The current landlady, Christine Edwards, has had lots of bizarre experiences herself and agreed to show me around.
Strange things happen when I'm away from the place. I went on holiday once and the staff that was staying here came down in the morning and said that all the cutlery on this table was pointing in an arrow towards the door. And she got the feeling that she wasn't welcome here.
So someone was telling her to go?
That's it, that's what she thought. It was pointing towards the door, go.
And that couldn't have just been a prank?
No, no, she swears that that happened. And quite a few things happened like that, as if to say, you're not welcome here. And she always got that feeling. And the strange part about this building is, this part of the building is here, there's a well. There's actually 3 wells in the building together, but this well here is capped off. But when they were building this part of the extension, they emptied what was in the well to cap it properly, and they found a sword, an old sword, and it's now in Chepstow Museum.
What's interesting about that is that if there are 3 wells, there's possibly 3 underground rivers going on, which apparently is very sacred.
Very.
Which could mean that this maybe had some sort of pagan background.
Mm-hmm.
The New Inn has a certain feel to it, and the further I delved, the more ghost stories started to come out.
And now here we are in the village bar, and this is the location of the second well. So we've got the first well there, and we've got the second well here.
So do you get a lot of activity in here? Because you tend to get a lot of activity where there is underground water.
Not so much in this area, but over towards this door at night. Sometimes I'll do my paperwork late at night, and I'll sit on that table over there on the settle, and I can be here till early hours of the morning. 2:45 is usually the time that things happen here. And quite often I've sat there and it's come to 2:45 and the dog will start growling at this door. And that's my cue to go to bed.
Have you never gone to check what it is? You're kidding me!
No, I go to bed. If the dog can sense something in that area, then I don't want to know. The other part of this room would be the chimney over here. I just had this log burner put in about 18 months ago. And when we opened it out, 5 metres of condensed bird twigs came out. It'd been capped off for a long, long time. And when they were putting this pipe through, they found small steps going into a hole, which they explained to me was a priest hole.
Really? So you can't see it?
No, it's capped, it's all blocked
Now, what's
off
really interesting about that is you've dated this pub back to when?
1730. Mm-hmm.
But if it's got a priest hole, that would suggest 1500s,
yeah, the dates don't tie up with what I've been told. Whether it was listed at that year and the building is older, I don't know, but Cadju say the first tenants in here were 1730. But certain parts of the building are definitely older than 1730.
Perhaps the most interesting thing about the New Inn is its location. The whole area is synonymous with pagan ritual, black magic, witchcraft, hangings. So from a paranormal point of view, it's certainly something that we'd like to investigate further.
This is where, about 7 years ago, when I first came to the pub, I was sat in this window cleaning it, and out of the blue, this thought just came into my head, very unusual. I wasn't thinking anything, but the thought was 2 women were hung here in petticoats. And as I thought it, I thought, I wasn't thinking that. That's not unusual. I didn't hear it. The thought just popped into my head. It sort of frightened me a little bit because I wasn't thinking anything. I didn't hear voices. And I wasn't thinking anything along those lines. So it was my first suspicion that maybe something was not quite right, something was here.
Well, the height of the witch trials would have been the mid-1600s, which kind of ties in with the place as it is. And there is a tale, or folklore, that there was a hanging tree at the other side of the property, situated near the stream.
What would they be hanged for, though? What was their crime?
It could be merely carrying something out as simple as a healing, or having a child born out of wedlock.
So I'll take you now to my daughter's room. This is the room where a figure has actually been seen recently.
Christine, is this part of the building very old? Because it certainly looks it with the uneven walls and the beams and things.
I definitely think it is. I mean, I don't agree with the dating I've been given. I honestly think that it's a lot older than 1730 because of all the beams, all the stonework, definitely. So this is my daughter's room. This is where a full figure has been seen. The one and only time in the 10 years I've been here an actual figure has been seen. My daughter's boyfriend was here one night and he was lying on the bed. She'd just come in from work. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. She was in the shower. He had all the lights on. The door was open, but for some reason, my dog, Bo, wouldn't come into the room. Now, my dog loved Carrie-Ann's boyfriend, absolutely adored him, wouldn't leave him alone, but she kept calling her and she wouldn't come in. And he was watching TV. The TV was over there at the time, and there was a lamp here. So he was lying on the bed and the lamp was shining on the TV. So he said he reached around to turn the lamp off, and stood by here in front of him was a woman with long black hair and a black dress. But he said she wasn't stood on the floor. She was hovering. And as he looked away and turned back, she was gone.
He must have freaked out.
Absolutely. My daughter came up from the shower. He'd turned every light in the building on up here, and they'd come into my room and said they were sleeping in my room that night.
And has anyone given you any idea who that figure could have been?
I've been told the connection with the two ladies that were hung in petticoats, the two women hung in petticoats, is a mother and daughter. And I believe that this is the mother.
Well, I must say, I find the story of the mother and child being hanged for witchcraft in this field particularly disturbing. Imagine that now. Fortunately, these days we have a great deal of respect for alternative healing. In fact, I could do with a nice bit of reflexology now. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today I'm in Blackpool, which has a wonderful history of seaside entertainment. Later on I'll be going to the famous Pleasure Beach to ride a ghost train, which apparently has a real ghost. But first of all, I've come to the Grand Theatre, where even past performers are said to put on a jolly good show.
The Grand Theatre is a Blackpool institution which has been home to all manner of variety shows, entertainments and plays for well over a century. I even played here in the musical Seven Brides for Seven Brothers back in the 80s. Long-time stage manager David Fletcher agreed to show me around.
David.
Michaela, welcome to the Grand Theatre.
I hear you're going to tell me about some ghost stories.
I certainly am. Would you like to come through?
Yeah.
Right, through here. This is the stage, which you'll probably remember.
It brings back a few memories, actually, David.
All right. First of all, the theatre opened on the 23rd of July in 1894. The architect being a gentleman called Frank Matcham, who most people have now heard of. Besides this theatre, he built or substantially rebuilt about 150 theatres altogether, of which at the last count there were 28 left. Probably his most famous one's the London Palladium, but the Belfast Opera House, the Wolverhampton Grand, the Gaiety on the Isle of Man. In Blackpool, he built the original Opera House, the Tower Ballroom, the Tower Circus, Chinatown, the Palace complex on the front there. And so there's still quite a lot of his stuff left in Blackpool. In fact, I think we've probably got more than anywhere else.
Well, it's a beautiful theatre and probably hasn't changed much since then.
It's been restored. When you were here first, last time, the ceiling panels, which are now blue and white, would have been yellow and green. We've got an old photograph of those, still like that. But it's all been restored. They got down to the original paint, and that's the one they restored. Now then, our ghost. The most famous one is known as Charlie, and he actually inhabits the upper circle, which is the first level down from the top.
And who was Charlie?
Charlie was a young man, so the story goes, fell in love with an actress, was spurned completely, but he threw himself over the edge of the upper circle and killed himself.
So he committed suicide because his love had left him?
He did indeed.
And do you have any idea when that was?
It would have been early in the 20th century, very early. Now, the last time somebody actually told us they'd seen him up there was a few years ago when we had the Drifters here on the summer Sundays. And at the interval, the lead singer's lady friend who was watching the show down in the stalls there went to the usherette who was selling ice creams underneath the roll box and said, "Excuse me, is there a ghost in this theatre?" And Samantha says, "Well, yes, there's supposed to be. Why?" She says, "Would it be up there by any chance?" and pointed straight at the upper circle bar doors. And Sam says, "Yes, it's supposed to be. Why?" She said, "Because I can see a young man up there, and he's got a young lady on each arm. So he's thrown himself over for one and ended up with two." Now then, there are several other things to see around the building, but while we're here, if you look directly up, you can see the white going across the stage there. That is the bridge.
Yeah.
And we've been told by several mediums, etc., that there is a portal to the spirit world on the bridge, which is where the ghosts come and go as they like. Would you like to see that part?
If we can, that'd be great.
Would you like to come this way, please?
The story of Charlie's interesting. It dates back to the early 1900s, and it's a typical love story. Charlie actually was a member of the audience who fell madly in love with one of the actresses. Now, if you go back in theatrical history, it was quite common for a show to perhaps play for a couple of months at a time. So Charlie is supposed to have brought a ticket to see his love many, many times, coming every single night, going to the stage door and continually being spurned by her. And so in one last desperate attempt to gain her affection, or at least her attention, threw himself dramatically off the side and down into the orchestra pit below, plunging himself to his death. A very sad end.
David, you've been here for 30 years. Have you seen the ghosts?
Not personally. I mean, I don't doubt, but I haven't seen one personally. But apparently, there is one that follows me around occasionally.
Do you know who it is?
Yes, it's the original owner of the place, a gentleman called Thomas Sargison.
Well, so he just keeps an eye on you?
Apparently he likes the way I look after the theatre.
But you've never seen him or sensed him?
No, not personally. No, this is the level where we are now. This is where all the ghosts are.
Oh, great. So this is where all the scenery's drop down onto the stage?
This is where all the flying's done from. You see all the bars across the top there. Yeah. We have 50 hanging bars from front to back of stage. The ladder there goes up to the grid. That's the highest point of the theatre, by the way. These boxes connect directly to the lighting box at the back of the dress circle, and these control all of the lights above the stage.
Gee, there are an awful lot of bits of wire
there's
and
lots
cables
of points and corners and what have you. No, this is the bridge I was telling you about that goes across the stage, and the portal to the spirit world apparently is just about 3 or 4 feet actually on the bridge.
Actually on the bridge?
That's it.
That's apparently though, isn't it? Shall I follow you?
This is it. Now then, fair enough. But if you disappear, don't blame me.
This way, please.
This is very Phantom of the Opera, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
This is where all the ghosts just drop things on people that are behaving badly.
This is where you drop rubber chickens and things like that. You okay? This is where you drop rubber chickens from. And this is where it snows from and things like that.
So has a ghost been seen on here?
Well, funny enough, we had one of the mediums here, and he actually found the ghost just this side of the portal. The original owner of the place is the ghost that follows me around occasionally.
And he actually saw him?
He not only saw him, he got the ghost to come inside him so that we could talk to the ghost.
What did he say?
Well, first of all, of course, the first question he asked him was, who was he? And, in rather a gruff voice, he said, I'll tell you later. And several times he asked him who he was, and same reply. And then right at the end, when he finally asked him again who he was, or if somebody else asked him, it wasn't actually him obviously, because he was, the ghost was talking through him. And then they turned around to me and said, well, who was the original owner? And I said, well, Thomas Sargison. And then the ghost inside turned around and said, bloody big mouth, and left him.
So that's the ghost that's been seen on here?
That's the one that's been seen on here and apparently follows me around. I've never actually seen him, but if he's behind me all the time, of course I won't see him. Would you like to come over this way?
There are tales here in this theatre of a paranormal portal to another world actually being sighted on the bridge that crosses the stage up there. Now, of course, this isn't scientifically proven, and indeed paranormal portals, if indeed they exist at all, is a theory. Now, most places where you find a paranormal portal story, you'll find ley lines. I'm not aware of any ley lines here in this site, so that may be a little bit of a question as to whether it's actually true or not. Having said that, a lot of bizarre experiences have taken place up there, and I've been up there, and when it's dark and you're in the top of the fly tower, it's a pretty creepy place to be.
This is actually the upper circle. This is where various spooky experiences, shall we say, have occurred. Now then, just down at the front here, this would have been the place where Charlie threw himself over from. It would have been a solid floor downstairs there, so presumably it would have killed him instantly. And also, now I told you we had a pantomime producer, it was UK Productions. He was actually sat in the seat here. And he said he was sat here watching the dress rehearsal for the pantomime. And he was minding his own business, and suddenly he felt a tap on the shoulder. And I turned round, checked out, and nobody there, so, nah, must have imagined it, so I sat down, got back into the production. After about a minute, another tap on the shoulder. So, looked up, no, nobody there. Fine, must be all the tension from the rehearsal. So he said, I sat down again, and again, after about a minute, he felt a tap on the shoulder. He thought, there's somebody messing around here. And he thought it was probably somebody from the marketing office. So he says, I got up and I checked out all the rows, and there was nobody hiding in any of them. He said, so then I went down to the dress circle to watch the rest of the rehearsal, and I've never been back to the upper circle since.
Do you know, David, I think that ghost has seen too many pantos and he was doing that sketch. It's behind you. Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is. Now then, this is the main area where Charlie has been sighted. This is where the leaders, the drifters, when they were here, the young lady saw the ghost was literally standing straight in front of these bar doors. Now then, we also have one other ghost. Now, this is of somebody that I used to know. Somebody that actually died in 1989.
And where do you see him?
And he's seen in the studio.
If you accept the producer's story that he felt a tapping on his shoulder, and who might question him, then it throws up a lot of questions, because it's one thing having a haunted building and people seeing things, but actually physically touching you is quite different. If you look at the history of ghosts generally, there are lots and lots of reports of poltergeists where they physically interact with items and with people. The interesting thing for me, though, about this story with the producer is that it happened 3 times. It happened once, he looked around, thought maybe I'd imagined it. It happened twice, looked again. On the 3rd time, he assumed that somebody was playing a prank on him. If you look at where he was sat, it is the spot where Charlie is supposed to haunt.
This bit feels like a haunted theatre.
It doesn't. At night, I've done night watch here a few times, and the whole place creaks and squeaks as it's settling down. Because, of course, it's mostly a wooden frame. Just through this way, and there you go. Right, this is our studio theatre. This is where we put on the smaller productions, probably an audience of, say, between 80 and 90.
Well, this looks a lot more modern than the theatre, is it?
Well, the fittings are, but the actual building is older than the theatre.
Oh, really?
This used to be the Times Printing Company.
And what ghost do you get here, then?
The one that has been seen up here is the one of used to be our theatre artist, a gentleman called Roland. This used to be his studio where he did all the posters, the hand-painted posters that went outside. Instead of having all these mass-produced ones up, we used to have individual hand-painted ones. And the gentleman that used to be our stage doorkeeper, at the end of the night, he comes up, checks everything out, makes sure it's all closed down, there's nobody up here. And it's on several occasions, he's actually seen the ghost of our theatre artist.
So did Roland, the theatre artist, die up here?
No. He actually died at home, but he was still working here at the time. I mean, it's only back in 1989.
So he obviously just enjoyed it so much he doesn't want to leave.
He did. He obviously did.
David, you know him personally.
I did.
Do you believe he haunts this space?
I haven't seen him, but it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Do you know what wouldn't surprise me?
What's that?
Is that you will never leave. Even after you die, you'll still be haunting this place. You will, won't you? You love it so much.
As it happens, I've actually spoke to my wife and told her that once I go, I want my ashes spreading above the ceiling in the auditorium.
And it will be the ghost of David haunting the ground.
If nobody else is here, I will be.
Well, I must say, being back at the Grand has brought back memories for me because I actually performed here in 1984 in a musical called Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. I don't recall seeing any ghosts, but it certainly brings back the memories of the smell of the grease paint, the roar of the crowd, the mischievous goings-on of performers past and present. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I give you great British ghosts of the Grand Theatre, Blackpool. I thank you all. Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Not the obvious place to look for ghosts, especially on the Alice in Wonderland ride. More likely to find a Cheshire Cat and a White Rabbit. So, which ride is haunted? Well, believe it or not, it's the ghost train.
Blackpool Pleasure Beach is an important part of the seaside town's entertainment history. Today, crowds still flock to its attractions, just as they did a century ago. And believe it or not, two of its oldest rides are said to be haunted. And local paranormal researcher Jason Carl agreed to tell me about them.
Jason, how haunted is the Pleasure Beach?
Well, there's lots of different stories associated with the Pleasure Beach, primarily with the ghost train ride itself, which amazingly has a real ghost story attached to it. And it's one with some decent evidence attached. It's actually a former worker named Cloggy. And also a poltergeist which moves around the items in the gift shop below the ride, the first ride, in fact, that was built on the Pleasure Beach in 1904, Sir Hiram Maxim's flying machines. There are other stories as well, but those two are the main ones. So this is the world-famous Blackpool Pleasure Beach ghost train.
But is it really haunted? A ghost train that has a real ghost?
Well, of course, you'd think every ghost train wants a real ghost. This one actually claims to have one, but the interesting thing about it is there is an anecdotal and historical evidence as to who the ghost is, why they haunt here, and how they were connected here, actually worked here.
This has quite a good history as well, though, doesn't it, the ghost train?
It has an amazing history. If you're interested in circus and fairground heritage, then this ghost train is very important. It originally opened in 1936, and it's actually quite iconic because the term ghost train is used now for these style of rides all over the world. But actually, it started here. When the ride was brought into England for the Pleasure Beach in the 1930s, it was known as the Pretzel Ride, which of course isn't a very scary name. And at the time, the West End play, The Ghost Train, of course very, very famous, was doing really well at the box office. So the people operating the ride here in the park decided, well, hold on a minute, let's use that. Let's call this ride the Ghost Train. And that's what they did.
Am I going to be scared? Do I need to hold your hand? Well, it's quite a spooky ride, but what's the real ghost that haunts us?
Well, you'd expect it to be perhaps something to do with what you can see in the scenes, but it's not. It's actually a guy called Cloggy, and he was called Cloggy because he always wore a pair of clogs to work here on the Ghost Train. When the maintenance workers are doing their stuff to make sure everything's working correctly, it's very quiet, very eerie inside. And that's the time when you hear the sound of Cloggy's footsteps moving through the scenes.
So did he die near the ride or at the Pleasure Beach?
No, he didn't. He died in the 1970s, having worked here for a long period of time. I don't know how he died, but as so often with ghost stories, spirits return to places that they loved during their lifetime. And perhaps he loved working here so much that he can't quite leave it after his death. Interestingly, the ghost of Cloggy has never actually been seen, as far as I know. There's no records of him ever having been seen. It's always the sounds and the touches and mechanical machinery inside the ghost train acts in strange ways, and they put that down to the ghost. One of the most famous stories of that is that after the electrics have been turned off, the very large skull that sits on top of the ghost train ride building, which has glowing eyes during the day, actually came to life at night. So the light came on in the skull. When they investigated, the electric was all turned off. So how did it come to life?
Is it really haunted?
Well, I suppose you have to ask the people who've experienced the ghost that. From my point of view, if you look at the case, there are lots of recorded things happening over many, many years. Many people reporting the same kind of things. In fact, I spoke to one of the ride operators here today, and he says that practically every week people say that as they move through the ride, they feel something touching the hair and the top of their head. Now, you can see, as I can, that there's nothing that actually touches you, so perhaps that's part of the ghost.
And it's not just the ghost train that's said to be haunted. Jason also wanted to show me the oldest ride in the park.
So this is Sahara Maxim's Flying Machines, the oldest ride in the park, built in 1904. Quite amazing if you think that it's actually been here over 100 years. And down below, underneath the ride, is one of the most amazing ghost stories here at the park. So let's have a look. It's an amazing piece of Victorian engineering. Now, where we are here is actually in the bowels underneath the first ride that was erected on the Pleasure Beach, which was at the time on a beach. And it's called Sir Hiram Maxim's Flying Machines, and this is how it works.
And is this still what works it?
It is. Now, of course, that's different to modern-day rides that you would see in a theme park most of the time, but it's wonderful to see an ancient piece of engineering still being used today.
And so is there a ghost down here?
Well, there is, in this building, actually. Now, part of the building, as you can see through this window, is now used as a gift shop. And the story has it that a poltergeist haunts the gift shop.
Now, why would there be a poltergeist down here? I mean, hopefully nobody died on the ride ever.
Not that I know of. Certainly haven't heard that story. Possibly it's connected to what actually happened on the land itself, because what was here before the ride was actually a Romany gypsy encampment. And, of course, Romany gypsies, superstitious, fortune tellers, all that kind of thing. maybe there's a connection there. But the actual poltergeist ghost itself, many people have described who've seen it as a small child, a young girl about 9 years old. It moves things around, as poltergeists tend to do, and there's an interesting story from 1998. Now, at that time, they were introducing a new product range into the shop, and each morning when the people operating the shop came back into the store, this particular product range had moved. They kept putting it back again to where they wanted it to be, and each night they come back again, it'd been moved. So in the end, they gave in to the ghost and left it where she wanted it to be.
Do you think the poltergeist just didn't like the new range?
Well, she wanted it out of the way, I think.
Well, it really is quite amazing that there is a haunted ghost train and ghosts in the gift shop here. Mind you, when you look at the Pleasure Beach now, at the end of the day when all the people have gone home, it does take on a bit of a spooky atmosphere. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today I've come to the ancient Forest of Dean, which is known for its myths and legends. Later I'll be going to Clearwell Caves to find out about the ghosts there, but first I've come to Colford. Now, some haunted places have just one great ghost story. Others have so many it's hard to remember them all. Well, this, the Angel Hotel, is one of those places.
The Angel Hotel claims to be the oldest public house in Colford, dating back to the 1650s. Over the years, it's been used as an excise house, a mortuary, and of course a coaching inn. Ghostly tales have surrounded it for centuries, and sightings of ghosts and other paranormal experiences continue up to the present day. Adam Heath, the local paranormal researcher and ghost hunter, who spent many nights inside the hotel, agreed to show me around.
For us.
And how haunted is it?
Well, in our experience, this is a very, very active, very haunted building. So.
And where do you have most of your experiences?
Well, this is the Raw Room. This is one of the rooms that is one of the most active rooms in the building.
Well, thanks. And what's happened in here?
Well, we were here one night. It was actually on one of our first investigations. We had some equipment set up on the bed here, what we call trigger objects. We had tarot cards, a few things set up. We had a K2 meter, an EMF meter, on the side of the bed here, which I've got in my pocket here.
What is that?
It just measures EMF, which stands for electromagnetic fields. It gives a visual representation on the LEDs. Everything that gives off a small electrical charge, and there's a theory that high levels of EMF or spikes in EMF are linked with paranormal activity.
So if there was a ghost or a spirit, it would have energy and it would set that thing off?
Yeah, in our experience, it's well documented that can happen. But we had some trigger objects on the bed here. We had this set up here on the bed like so, and I was over there, that side of the bed, the rest of the team were this side, and we were asking for something to happen, and this actually was thrown off the bed.
How do you explain that then? I mean, is it a spirit that actually picks it up and throws it? Is it some sort of energy force that magnetises it to the other side of the room?
Well, we don't know. This is the thing, you see. Anything that can be outside the realm of scientific explanations can be classed as paranormal. We can't explain that one. It was actually set up back here, and it was flown off the bed, so we don't know.
Any other experiences in here?
Yeah, we were sat... another time on our first investigation, I was sat here on the bed. My friend Tim was here, the fellow investigator, and we had what's called an orb come down from here, fly past us and split into two.
Now, people think orbs are, again, some sort of spiritual energy, but surely a lot of them can be explained away.
About 99% of them can be explained away by dust, water vapour, any sort of airborne particle reflected in flash or the infrared of a camera. But there's certain ones that we can definitely say that we can't explain away. We've caught about 4 in 18 months that we're not sure we can't explain away. And once again, that could be classed as paranormal.
Why did this one convince you?
It was just the way also that it split in two and the way it moved. It just moved against the air draft. It just appeared unnatural and it split in two. And just at the same time, Tim blinked almost as if the orb itself went through him.
What about apparitions? Have you seen any of those?
Yeah, in this room itself, we've had 2 people who've witnessed it in one night. We had an event here. There were some chaps down from Coventry, and he walked through this door on his own. Now, these guys are really sceptical. They come along, they have a laugh, they just have a drink. Their wives are the ones who are into the paranormal. And he walked into this room on his own, and he saw a figure bent over this bed in just a nightdress. So, of course, he just walked straight back out. He was looking a bit sheepish, and his wife said, well, what's wrong with you? And he said, well, nothing at all. And she just knew something was wrong. He said, well, come on, what's going on? And he said, well, we've just walked in this room and there's a woman bent over the bed in a nightdress. So they came back into the room and, of course, no one was here.
We've had guests who come here and then they won't stay because they believe that people have got into bed with them several times over a night. So they literally will just leave in the morning because they don't want the ghost getting into bed with them. I've had members of the public customers who have told me that they've been poked in the shoulder whilst waiting at this main bar. And then they've turned around and there's been nobody there.
Just through here, Michaela.
Becky's partner, Ben Fullwood, lives on the top floor of the hotel and is all too aware of the ghostly tales.
I think I've lost count, really.
Ben, you're the guy that has an apartment here. You
That's
sleep
right.
on your own at night here. What's it like, sort of sleeping in a haunted hotel and pub?
You can scare yourself, you know, a lot. The alarms have gone off sometimes at night, and I've had to go down and shut doors, and it can be quite frightening. But I've got used to it now, so I'm quite used to having to deal with all the sort of strange noises in the middle of the night.
Have you had any experiences yourself?
Other than sort of noises, I've not really had any great experiences, but I've heard some good stories as well. So if you just come through here, I'll just show you through here.
This is where all the bedrooms are?
Yeah, this is, there's three more rooms back here. But yeah, I've heard some good stories. We had one guest who was due to stay for a week, and after the first night he came down and said, I don't want to be here, and I thought it was something to do with the room. When I asked him, he said no, it was because someone got into bed with him.
What, a ghost got into bed with him?
Yes.
And he actually felt that?
Yes, that's what he believed, yes.
I don't think I'd want to stay in a room after that.
No.
I don't blame him. And did he just leave the hotel then?
Yeah, he left. He paid up and left. And we had another guy who was who we had to swap 3 times, so he changed his room 3 times because every room he went to, he said he didn't like it. It was unsettled. Finally got him settled. Then when he left, he said he needed to go back to the room to get his toothpaste, and the toothpaste was gone, and he thought the ghost had taken it.
You look slightly sceptical about that story.
The toothpaste part, maybe, yeah. I mean, I am, fairly sceptical. I mean, I sort of, all the staff believe there's something here, but I've yet to experience anything firsthand myself.
There's certainly no shortage of bizarre goings-on at the Angel, but I was curious to find out who or what might be behind them.
So what's the history of the Angel?
I did look back into the history of the landlords and landladies. There seems to be quite a focal fella called Thomas Holder, and he had a wife called Elizabeth Holder. And I think that they might be something to do with it, because there was a trial for a woman called Elizabeth Holder who was accused of murdering her newborn child. And actually, we hear a baby crying here all the time. And on several occasions, Ben has thought that I've come in with our youngest, and there's been nobody here at all.
Two staff from the hotel, Stella and Paula, have had regular sightings of a ghost down in the kitchen.
And in here, we have our regular ghost, Fred. He checks off the first aid box behind you.
What do you mean regular, though?
He walks through here quite
You see him a
regularly.
lot?
And he walks across the back
definitely
as
across
well.
there, yeah, all the time.
Why do you call him Fred?
It's just a name that we've picked for him.
And is he a friendly ghost, mischievous, angry ghost?
Oh no, he's a mischievous ghost. He likes to play with things. He plays with the phone.
Yeah, all the time.
He makes that light up. So if you pick it up and say, Fred, go away, all the lights will go off.
Yeah.
So you talk to him?
Yeah, we talk to him
all the time, yeah.
Does he talk back?
I haven't heard. He's whispered in my ear occasionally, but can't really make out what he's saying.
Oh, Fred, he's a nuisance. He's seen off many of my staff. A lot. My night porter wouldn't stay. She did her job for maybe 2 weeks, and then she wouldn't stay. She wouldn't be in this building on her own at night time at all.
Is it an actual apparition that you see, or is it a shadow, or how does it appear to you?
Just a shadow, really, I think.
Yeah, just out the corner of your eye, you just see him walking.
Something makes you, like, look towards that door, and then you're like, oh, there's nobody there. Or you hear the doors go, and it's like...
You don't know who Fred might have been?
No, we haven't got a clue on who he is, but he's really friendly ghost.
Yeah.
And how often do you see him?
Quite regularly.
Yeah. Most days, I
Most
would
days.
say.
Most days?
Yeah.
My children refuse to stay here. They refuse to stay here, and they will never, ever be separated on their own in one part of the building, ever. So from their eyes, I would say that it's extremely haunted. I see things and hear things a lot, but whether that's it being haunted or not, I don't know. But yes, there is definitely a feeling and a presence that sometimes makes you feel uncomfortable, but often makes you feel like you're not on your own.
I've had experiences up in the hotel. We used to stay here, and we had residents in the hotel, and all I could hear was girls giggling, music playing, people running up and down the corridor, and I thought, well, this can't be the residents because they haven't got any ladies with them. And I thought, well, the music might be coming from outside, so I checked outside. Nothing, it was deadly quiet outside. So I got back into bed, it started again. And then I said, look, Fred, take your party over into Magnum's and go and party over there. Let me get some sleep. And it all went deadly quiet there. Thank you very much.
That's hilarious. So there are spirit parties?
Yeah, there's spirit parties.
Well, apparitions, orbs, things being thrown, EVPs. When it comes to paranormal activity, it seems the Angel Hotel is a very active and rather extraordinary place. Well, the Forest of Dean certainly has plenty of stories of ghosts above ground, but I'm now off to Clearwell Caves, an ancient iron mine which has lots of ghostly goings-on underground.
Date back to the Stone Age, some 4,500 years ago, and are still in use today. They reach down hundreds of feet under the Forest of Dean, and many miners over the years have reported seeing ghosts and having strange experiences in its caves and tunnels. The current owner, Jonathan Wright, agreed to get me suited up and take me down.
This is the lamp room, Michaela. So we'll get kitted up here.
Okay.
If you follow me in. If you come in.
So all the proper miners' stuff is here. What, do I have to put one of these on?
Yeah, if you can, yeah. If you can put a helmet and lamp on as well.
Is this a working mine still?
Yeah, we still mine ochre for making paints. We sell it to artists.
So, Jonathan, how long have people been mining the caves? A couple of 100 years or something?
About 4,500 years.
4,500 years? That is a lot of history.
It's since the end of the Stone Age. Yep.
Gosh, methods of mining must have changed enormously in all that time.
Oh, I've seen a lot of change over the years.
So you've got thousands of years worth of history down here. There must be some good ghost stories.
There are, yeah. The locals particularly told stories about things that had happened down here. A lot of them would have worked down here, I suppose. If you come through here.
So what's the main ghost story down here?
The main character that people seem to repeatedly see is an old miner, and they used to call him the Old Man. He's an old miner that was thought to have been trapped down here many years ago in an accident. It would have been perhaps in the 18th century. So he was working in an area where the roof wasn't very stable, and he was supporting it with timbers, and it actually fell in behind him. And unfortunately he got trapped. So the miners that worked with him came rushing up and started to dig, but when they dug they found that it kept collapsing, and the fall had actually gone all the way to the surface, so there was no way out for him. After several days they realised they weren't going to get him, and they just walled the area up.
Oh, how awful to know that your work colleague is down there and your friend.
They were desperate to get anybody out of here, you know, if they were trapped or killed, but yeah, he's someone that's thought to still be here.
And have people seen him in hauntings?
Yeah, people have been lost down here when they've been caving, and he's shown them the way out, you know, supposedly.
Well, as a spirit or with
no,
noises,
apparently people have thought that he was a real person but dressed in old-fashioned costume. So he's obviously looking very real, but he never speaks, but he shows people the way out. And people have just been amazed, you know, to find that that person doesn't exist. We had an incident where there was a film crew filming, and they brought all their cameras and lights into the bit that, you know, we've been round, and they actually wanted to lay the cables around that route, and they hadn't brought enough cable with them. And on their way up to come and ask us if there was a shorter route, they bumped into an old miner and asked him, and he showed them a route that was ideal and half the distance. But when they went to thank him after they'd put the cable through, he'd gone, and no one knew who he was. And they came up to the surface and asked us about it, and we couldn't figure out who it was, and we asked them if they recognised any of us, and they said no. And so we've never found out who showed them the route, whether it's the Old Man or not. It does remind me of a story that was probably one of the most bizarre experiences that I had down here. We were doing some drilling, and I'd agreed with a friend of mine to go down and actually knock on the rock opposite to the direction that we wanted to make sure that I'd got the right direction to do the drilling. And so at a certain time he was going to knock on the rock and give me an indication of which direction to go. And I looked at the watch and checked the time, and sure enough, you know, I heard the noise of him tapping, and I tapped back. And then I thought, right, I've got the direction, and I went out to go and see him. And when I got out there, he said, oh, you're back already. I haven't actually been able to go down because my lamp's faulty, and I was trying to fix it. And so he hadn't actually been tapping. It was, well, I just don't know why I heard the tapping.
But something was
But there
tapping.
was something. It turned out to be the right direction as well. So I had got a sense of direction from it, but how I'd heard the tapping, I just don't know.
Tim and Adam from Forest Paranormal Investigations have also experienced some unusual goings-on underground.
Right down at the bottom, there's a place called the Rabbit Run, which is about a 30-foot long chamber. But you have to crawl on your belly through it, through a puddle, into what's called Pillar Chamber. And I went through there. There's been known to be accidents as well down there, and there's been a few deaths down there over the years. Went down through there. As I came through into Pillar Chamber, there was a figure standing on the opposite side of the chamber to me. Turned around, disappeared through one of the exits there. And I thought it was one of the guys. I thought it was Colin or John. But looked around, there was no one there, so I ran across to the other side of the chamber, went through the entrance, and there's just a wall there. There's nothing else there, so it just completely disappeared.
From a technical point of view, it's very difficult to establish how haunted the caves are. Certainly you cannot discount the number of witness statements about the same entity being seen in these caves. It's just so difficult. I don't think it can be discounted at all. So I'd say in some way, shape or form, definitely the caves are haunted.
Local caver John Elliott has been down in the caves many times and is convinced that they're haunted.
I have been down there on paranormal groups where I've sat silently in the dark, and there was one trip with Adam where my black bag, we were in the dark not moving, it fell over and it dragged itself across the floor a bit, which was quite interesting.
Any idea what that might have been?
Well, we were asking for a sign that somebody was around. We felt there was, although I didn't, but they did, and that I think was possibly the sign.
How haunted do you think the caves are?
I'm a bit of a skeptic, to be honest. I'm not really convinced that the caves are haunted as such, but it does, every now and then you get something that makes you wonder, because when you hear the noises down there occasionally that you can't explain, when people say that and these are very convincing people that you wouldn't think would sort of fabricate a story, you realise that perhaps there is more to things than meets the eye normally.
Well, I think these caves are absolutely fantastic. So from haunted caves to ghostly goings-on in inns and hotels, there's no doubt about it that the Forest of Dean is a great place for ghosts. Wouldn't it be great to think, though, that there was a ghost miner helping people find their way out of the caves? See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today we're in Derby, which claims to be the most haunted city in Britain. And I'm here to explore the seedier side of life, the Guildhall tunnels where prisoners were led to the courts to be condemned, and the Derby jail where the condemned waited to die.
The Friargate Jail in Derby dates back to the mid-18th century and was used to house a wide range of criminals, from petty thieves to murderers, many of whom were hung on the gallows outside. It has a reputation for being one of the most haunted locations in the Midlands and is run today by the colourful historian and author Richard Felix.
Michaela, hi.
Hi, Richard.
I'll unlock for you.
Gee, That made me jump. How are you?
Welcome to Derby Jail. I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Great place.
Well, it is just a bit. Yeah, it's got rather a good history, to say the least. This was Derbyshire's County Prison from 1756. There was an earlier one, which is gone, and there's a later one as well. But this is more or less as it would have been in the 1700s.
Would have been much bigger then, would it?
Oh, huge. It was 4 stories high, 3 times as long as what you're in now. But this is the atmospheric bit. These are the dungeons underground. The doors are original, the cells, the floor, the walls, all as it would have been.
A place where people would have been very miserable.
Oh, just a bit. The amount of torment, death, pain, anguish that was in here is the reason that it's as haunted as it is.
Should we take a look at some of the cells?
Oh, yeah, this is, well, look at this. I mean, these are original, all the bones, solid oak, 1756. This is from a debtor's cell.
So this is where you'd been thrown if you owed somebody money?
And you wouldn't be allowed out until you'd paid your debts.
Well, how would you pay your debt if you're in jail?
Very difficult. That's why there were so many suicides here, because people got so desperate in the end that they just took their own lives. Fantastic inscription on here, look. This is J. Taylor from Measham for a £10 debt.
Would that have been a lot of money then? I presume
I think it would. 1807. Yeah, it would have been. And whether this guy ever came out, nobody knows. But, I mean, it's full of atmosphere. I mean, it really is. I mean, you look at the walls and the windows and everything else. People spent their last days in here, because so many of them would never have come out.
Would it have just been 2 people in here?
Well, we've got 2 beds in here, but in 1824, when this was bursting at the seams before they built the new one, there'd be 6 prisoners in each cell for 23 hours a day with a bucket.
Oh, the stench must have been revolting.
Absolutely unbelievable. And again, you know, you think of the torment of being crammed in here with 5 other people. People died of jail fever, people committed suicide. Horrible. And I personally think that it's still held, the torment and the terror is held in the fabric of the building.
There's surely a ghost in here.
Oh, there's lots of ghosts in here. Oh yeah, absolutely. The number of people that come in here can't stay in it, get smells of like roses and things like that, feel sick, get pushed, scratched, all manner of things. But one of the best ever, actually concerning the door and everything, there was a builder in here, a guy called John, and he was working here on his own, and he kept feeling violently sick, and had to keep going out for fresh air. Blamed the coffee. That was fine. Came back in again, and then this huge door here actually closed on him. And I mean closed completely. Now, the amazing thing about this door is it's solid oak, and he thought it might have been the wind blowing. But trust me, this door will not be blown shut by the wind. It had to be something, for want of a better word, paranormal.
Did he believe that? No.
He wasn't sure. He still said it was probably the wind, but I don't know. But this is the real what's the word I'm looking for? Best part of the place. This is the condemned cell.
Oh, this really is a place that you'd be.
This is a room where no light can enter.
Full of fear, and not knowing whether it was day or night.
No, absolutely. You see, there's no window. You had to pay. If you wanted a candle, you had to pay for it. So you imagine your last night on this planet. You imagine you're having a sleepless night. How insignificant that would be compared to their last night in here. It's pitch black. They know that in the morning they're going to die. They don't know when daytime's coming, and they just sit here with their thoughts, knowing what's going to happen, waiting for those footsteps coming down this corridor. The condemned cell has to be, I would think, the most haunted part of the building, to be honest with you, because if you imagine the emotion that people have felt sitting in that room where no light can enter, knowing that tomorrow morning they're going to be taken out and publicly executed in front of a crowd of people, their family, their friends. They know that they're going to have a slow death, because in those days there was no such thing as a broken neck and a trapdoor. It was literally slow strangulation, taking anything up to a quarter of an hour, kicking, writhing, choking, vomiting, until you were eventually choked to death at the end of a rope. It's extremely haunted in here. Again, you see, we do a lot of events here and night vigils and things, and we do table tilting and seances, and people get pushed, people sense something in here, people have seen a figure. For some reason, it frequently seems to be a dark figure. To be honest with you, as far as I know, we've not had a full-blown apparition that actually is clothed. It's usually this dark figure that appears to people in here. I've got a pretty good idea who it is. I mean, there's more than one. Trust me, there's lots in here. But this guy here, this is George Batty. This is a penny dreadful. This was actually created by the local newspaper. They came in and interviewed you before you were executed, and then printed that with your life story on it and sold it at your public execution for a penny a sheet. It's like a programme for an Iron Maiden concert, and you were the star, and that's why it was known as a penny dreadful. He's still here. He haunts this place. Number of people that have picked him up on seances and things like that. And he was hanged for rape in 1825, the last execution to take place here in this jail.
So if he was guilty, he clearly wasn't a very nice person.
True, but when you read his Penny Dreadful, he actually went to the parents and apologised. Probably the main ghost here is a guy called Blythe Simpson. He was the jailer. He was the longest serving jailer here at Derby Jail. He's still here. The reason he's still here is because he still thinks he runs the place. Ghosts stay because it was their job, because they love the place, and God, I wouldn't love this place. I bet he's listening to me now. But regardless of that, he thinks he runs it. He resents me terribly.
So have you seen him or had an experience?
Yes, I have actually. I've seen a ghost, a full-blown ghost here in this corridor at 3:20 on a Friday afternoon in broad daylight. I was in there on the kitchen, on the phone, when this grey, hazy shape of a person glided down this corridor. I sensed it, I saw it, and I must have seen it for something like 5 seconds gliding down this corridor while I was on the phone. It frightened me to death. I mean, really, because I'm frightened of ghosts, would you believe? I'll tell you what, it has completely altered my attitude. When I talk to people that tell me they've seen a ghost, I say to them, I know exactly what you mean, because I have, but mine was in broad daylight at 3:20 on a Friday afternoon.
And it wasn't a shadow or just you thinking you saw something?
I've been through the lot. I've been through steam from the dishwasher, steam from the kettle, smoke from the fire, a foggy day, car headlights, 3:20 in the afternoon, couldn't possibly be. Even infrasound in this corridor, which causes oscillations and corner of the eye syndrome and nausea and fear. I've had a machine in here to check it. There is no infrasound in here. I've got one explanation for you, and one only. I saw a ghost in here at 3:20 on a Friday afternoon. The amazing thing about this jail, and many jails in the country, it was a franchise. The jailer would actually purchase the franchise from the council and run it as a business. He ran a bar. He had a licence. You could buy wines and spirits. You could lodge with the jailer in his apartments if you could afford it. If you wanted extra straw in your mattress, you had to pay for it. If you wanted a candle in your cell, you had to pay for it. And before you left prison, you had to pay the jailer to pay the blacksmith to knock your chains off. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed out. So you were fleeced, literally. Hence the fact that so many people, including debtors, never saw the light of day and either died in here of starvation or committed suicide.
Richard's son, Edward, once had a bizarre experience in the jail's ale room.
Right, I was actually here with a group of jailers from a real working jail over in Stoke-on-Trent, raising money for charity. And for some reason they wanted to investigate this room where we're now stood, which was the visitors' room, or the day room as it's called. And we decided to do something called table tipping, quite similar to doing a séance, but using a table like this one as a go-between between us and the other life. And 6 of us stood in here around this rather heavy table. I chose the heavy table to try and disprove the sort of things that go on. And we all stood lightly with our hands on top of the table here, and we built up the energy, and I then asked if there's anybody here from the spirit world to try and communicate with us by moving the table. And after about 5 minutes, nothing happened. People were getting a bit, annoyed that it wasn't working. Then all of a sudden, we just got a slight movement going from side to side. And I said, if that's the spirit doing it, could you do it more? And it built up the energy so much it started to rock from side to side, just like this table's now doing. And then all of a sudden it rocked so much the table started to actually look like it was walking. And it then started to move towards this poor guy stood where I am now, to the point where it was moving so much so it got to him here, and it started to lift up towards the guy.
Well, so actually, and it's heavy, isn't it?
Actually started, yeah, and it pinned him to the wall, and the poor guy was panicking so much, he let his hands off. And it was still pinned up against him. And I said, has the spirit got a problem with the guy here or whatever? And it just stayed there. And he's got his hands in the air. And next thing you know, he started to shout. His shirt was moving. And we looked down, and his shirt's going in and out on his chest. His hands weren't near it. Nobody else was near it. Really, really panicking at this point. And we all saw clear as day the shirt going in and out. And he was in such a state, we said, we need to stop this. So we closed it down. The table started to drop. And he was in a bit of a state, and as we sort of started to sit down and calm down, he said he felt like something had almost had its hand on his back. And we spun him round, and clear as day, he got a handprint on the back of his shirt. Clear as day, right on the back like that, and it really, really bothered him. But the funny thing was, he was the main guy from the prison that where they worked in Stoke-on-Trent, so obviously whoever was coming through that night didn't like what he did.
I would say that there must be between 7 and 12 different ghosts, entities, call them what you will, that actually haunt this building. But when you think of the nature of the place and the torment and the death that went on here, then no wonder it's haunted.
Derby Jail, like so many jails of the time, is a place full of desperation, fear and misery. Just imagine sitting in this cell on the last night of your life, waiting to be led to the gallows outside in the morning, cold, frightened and alone. No wonder the ghosts here are so tormented. This is the Guildhall in Derby city centre. It used to be the courthouse. It's also been a police station and the town hall, and these days it's a theatre. However, I've not come here to look for theatrical ghosts. Instead, I'm heading underground.
Beneath Derby's Guildhall is a labyrinth of tunnels and catacombs. Local historian Edward Felix takes the public on tours of them and agreed to show me around.
Where we are at the moment. This is the way down into the rather atmospheric tunnels beneath this Guildhall here in Derby. I think we might need a torch for this bit. But
well, I've got a torch in my bag.
That's great, fantastic. Follow me
through
through this way, down into these dark, dingy.
Oh, it's like going down into the cellar.
It's probably worse than that, actually. Once you get down, you'll realise what I mean.
Oh, they're typical sort of. Oh, I thought I saw a shadow.
Don't start saying things like that.
Dark and dank and slightly spooky.
Atmospheric. Just mind your head as you come through. This is the atmospheric bit, I think, to be honest with you. This is where a lot of the ghostly activity happens. This is where we bring the public on the ghost tours, and one of the worst things that I've known actually happened down here was one of my guides many years ago was stood just in front of this gate, and it was back in the day. They were completely secure, locked, nobody could get in or out, and as he was stood with his back to the gate, something grabbed him through the gates and forcefully pulled him towards the gate, and he actually ran upstairs and left the public down here. It frightened him so much, and he disappeared. But that's happened quite a few times to members of the public as well.
There have been at least 4 Guildhalls here on Derby Marketplace, but the tunnels that we've got here now actually go back to 1828, when they built a Guildhall that burnt down, but they retained the tunnels that are here now. And to be quite honest with you, the vast majority of it that we know of, but there is more, by the way, that we can't see, they were mainly used as cellarage for the Guildhall, I presume, to store wines, cheeses, whatever. But they do have a bit of a sinister history as well, because Derby's first police office was built literally above where I'm sitting now. First police station in Derby, 1836, and of course part of these barrel vaulted rooms that are actually down here would most definitely have been used as holding cells for the police station.
And then as we wander down this part, probably coming to my favourite story about a little boy that haunts these tunnels, probably the most notable, most mischievous soul that resides down here. First sighting of him was in 1972. There was a building upstairs that was a clockmaker's, Smith's Clocks, and they demolished the building, and there was so much dust that the workmen couldn't see what they were doing, so they decided to finish early and left one gentleman behind to secure the area. An Irish guy who, as the dust was settling, noticed a hole in the floor, and he actually looked down into the hole, and sat upon the floor of the cellar was a little boy aged about 6, who he described as wearing Victorian clothing. They both vanished, the little boy into thin air, and the Irishman to go and have a stiff whiskey and tell his mates about what had happened, because of course he initially thought it was a real little boy, and they sent somebody back to search the area and they couldn't find him. And that was 40 years ago. And he's still seen to this day. He causes havoc, not only in the Royal Bank of Scotland above on the site of where he saw him, but down here as well. Frequently I've had people telling me they hear a little boy crying, a little boy singing, mischievous, childish behaviour. But not only in the tunnels, actually on the Corn Market area up there, children have been seen stood playing ball with a little boy and then turning to the mums and dads and asking why the little boy won't throw the ball back.
Really?
Yeah, amazing.
That's an amazing ghost story. Does anyone know who this little boy would have been?
Nobody knows. They look back in the census of the time period around when the original building was hit, and they can't find anything about a little boy, you know, dying here or anything, so they actually don't know who he is.
Still seen now. He's seen all around the tunnels. He's seen in the Royal Bank of Scotland, which is on the site of where the building was demolished. In fact, the manager of the bank actually keeps a diary of the paranormal activity that's still going on now to this day.
You know, the staff have told me that the £5 paperweights get skimmed across the desk, calculators have numbers appearing on the screen, the mop buckets that the cleaners use zoom past them on their own. It's just unbelievable, but a mischievous little soul.
Have you ever seen him?
Haven't seen him. I have to admit, once I did hear what I thought was a child laughing down here, and the strange thing was, I was down that far end, and I heard this child's voice, and at the same time, another member of staff was climbing over here, and heard the same thing at the same time, but we were opposite ends of the tunnel and we both heard the same thing, and I have to say we both waited and left together. Which
But I think could have been him.
It could, which is obviously what we're going to do down this corridor and leading up into the pub.
And we get accounts from people all the time, people that used to work in the bank. One lady who told me that they actually nicknamed him Little Sammy, and her mum had been a cleaner, and I'd actually seen him twice in the basement of the bank. Little boy wearing rags, about 6 years of age. Both times she saw him, he just disappeared through the wall and vanished. Had a lady, and again on a ghost walk, well into her 70s, and she had us captivated for the best part of 10 minutes telling her the story. She said he was my mate, so I used to talk to him in the basement. She said, I used to see him sliding down the banister, and I used to hear him singing. I mean, she was the most down-to-earth, ordinary lady, an ex-cleaner. Why would she make stories up like that?
And, would these tunnels have gone on further years ago?
Originally, we think there is a lot more to them than what we see now. They've been filled in at various points, but there was an awful lot more to them. Right, we've reached the staircase to get out, and I've got something rather interesting that I want to show you up here. So, hopefully the trapdoor will open.
Oh my goodness, where does it go?
All will be revealed in a minute.
Oh, into civilization.
It is almost civilization, and
the smell of food.
where better to finish?
No way.
Than here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Do you fancy a drink?
Sounds like a good idea to me.
What would it be then, a pint?
And a whiskey.
Well, it does seem that Derby has a lot of really good ghost stories, but I think I've had enough of spirits that I can't see for one day. I'm going to enjoy one that I can. Cheers. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today we're in Bolton. Later on I'll be going to Smith Hills Hall, which is famous for its grandeur and beauty, and of course one or two ghosts. But first I'm heading to Halleth Wood, which in the 16th century was called Hall in the Wood. Well, the wood has long gone, and instead it can be found right in the middle of a housing estate. So when you finally come across it along this cobbled road, it really does look like a spooky haunted house. Halleth Wood Hall is a magnificent early 16th century manor house, literally hidden away inside a housing estate in Greater Manchester. The hall itself is a Grade 1 listed building and is currently used as a museum by Bolton Council. Local author and paranormal researcher Jason Carr agreed to show me around.
Michaela.
Hi, Jason.
Hello, come on in.
This is a fantastic place, and what an extraordinary way to find it.
It's an amazing house. It's, in fact, Bolton's most haunted house, a great historic venue built in the Tudor period, and 7 really strong ghost stories that many people have witnessed, seen and heard over several years.
Nobody lives here now, do they?
Not living.
It's a museum.
But there's lots of different... It is a museum. It's open to the public. The staff that work here experience the ghosts. People come here and do ghost investigations. And also the general public every day have things happen to them. And our first story actually starts here with this staircase, which is quite a very dark wood staircase, a little bit spooky, and it's the main place where people see a pair of legs, disembodied legs, feet, shins, ankles, moving up the stairs. Now, this has been seen many times, and it's believed to be a member of the Brownlow family, and the Brownlow family were the family that initially built the building back in the Tudor period.
So what happened to his body?
Well, the theory is that ghosts over time degrade, if you can imagine like a battery. So a ghost might start off being seen and heard and maybe touching people, and then over a course of time the battery runs down, so you may not see the full body anymore, you may not hear the sound anymore, and that's the explanation for seeing just the legs and the feet going up the stairs. And it also connects to the story at the top of the stairs in the most haunted room, which is the Brownlow bedroom.
Let's venture up. That is so weird, though, just to see the lower half. Definitely spooky.
So, Michaela, this is the Brownlow bedroom, which is believed to be the most haunted room in the house.
It's a great-looking room, isn't it?
It's a fantastic room. In fact, it hasn't changed really from the 17th century. It's very much as it was and hasn't been touched. And that might be one of the reasons why people have a sense of oppression and dread. In fact, a lot of guests who come here during the day when it's open to the public refuse to come into this room.
Really? Because to me it feels lovely. It's light and airy and...
It's beautifully light, and in fact, the light that's coming through the windows is important because one of the ghost stories associated with this room actually happens here. So the spirit in the room is believed to be a female ghost, which possibly could be somebody from the Brownlow family or the Crompton family. Not only seen here inside, but also the face seen through the window from below, people who are passing by the house looking out.
And seen as a shadow or an actual apparition?
Seen as an actual apparition, a full apparition, not a sort of a shade or a silhouette, but an actual full-bodied apparition. But the other ghost in the room is not. And this relates directly with the story on the staircase that you've just walked up. As people come to the top of the staircase, they make contact visually with this bed if the door is open. And what they describe seeing, which is quite common, is as if somebody is sitting on the bed here and they can see the bottom of the legs, the ankles and the feet below the bed, but no upper body, exactly the same as on the stairs.
So that really is quite a spooky thing to see. Talking of which...
It's a shocking thing to see, and so is this.
I mean, what is this? Is this some sort of torture thing?
It's not, actually. It looks like something that perhaps you'd see in a specialist shop, but it isn't. It's actually an ancient form of a bed warmer. So what actually would happen is that hot coals or embers will be placed on here, the blankets will be drawn back over, and that would actually heat the bed up for whoever's going to sleep in it.
I bet a few beds have gone up in flames with that
I should think they have. This one has survived, and if you have a look down here underneath this, this sort of duvet mattress that's on here at the moment, you can see these ropes. And this is interesting because it's where the phrase sleep tight comes from. So if you pull the ropes really tight, you'd have a better night's sleep, and that's where sleep tight originated.
Doesn't look that comfy to me, especially if you've got those ghost legs hanging over the edge.
Ghost legs, it's a bit small as well.
Yeah.
Let me take you to the withdrawing room because that's our next ghost story.
This way?
This way, turn left.
Up in the bedroom, the Brownlow bedroom, one day I was sitting with a class full of children, you know, 30 children, teachers and everybody all sitting there, and this really strong smell of lavender just appeared from nowhere. And we all sort of, I was talking to the children, and one of the teachers said, "Oh, I can smell lavender." And we all said, "Yeah." And the children said, "Oh, we can smell," because they didn't maybe know what it was, but we can smell something as well. It's really strong. And some of them didn't like it, some of them did. And then as fast as it had appeared, just suddenly it went, totally went again.
It's interesting here that we have a mixture of different types of experiences that people have reported. We have all the normal sounds, we've got temperature fluctuations, music, footsteps, etc., but also things that are seen. Now, this is much rarer than those other kind of more common phenomena. Here we have the woman in the Brownlow bedroom, which is seen. We have the disembodied legs, and also the striding man in the Victorian or Edwardian outfits. It's quite unusual to have so many ghosts that have physically seen actual manifestations. So, Michaela, this is moving towards what's known as the withdrawing room.
Withdrawing?
Withdrawing room, yes. It's now called just the drawing room. Over time, the width has been dropped.
Again, a great, big, airy room,
It's a fantastic room, isn't it? And this over here is a very interesting connection to one of the experiences that many people have reported. This is actually a very old spinet, and music, ghostly music, inexplicable music, has been heard many times, certainly in the house, but also people who are passing by the house outdoors at night and in the day. And it's interesting because Samuel Compton, who's very much associated with the house, was not only famous for designing the spinning mule, but was also a very accomplished mathematician and also musician. So there's a connection between the ghost story and the music. And there are other things in this room as well. We do have a story of what is perceived to be maybe a Victorian or an Edwardian gentleman who is known as the Striding Man. Now, he's been seen in this room, but he's also been witnessed in other areas of the house, striding. We've got wooden floors, very much strong, heavy footsteps. When people have seen him, they've described him as wearing a black suit, like a tailcoat, and a very high, starched white collar. So Victorian, could be a servant, might be a member of the household.
Could even be Edwardian, I suppose.
Could be Edwardian as well. And also, there is another little secret in this room, which is over here in this corner, which I want to show you. This is an ancient form of toilet. It's not haunted, but yeah, this is where you would entertain your guests and allow them to enjoy a little bit of relief
Well, I
while
hope you
you're
wouldn't entertain them
withdrawing.
in there.
Well, you might do.
Yeah.
You might do.
Then it's a drop loo that just drops.
Just a drop loo, yeah. Very height of luxury for the time.
It would have been, wouldn't it? Indoor toilet.
And right next to where you're enjoying your coffee or your after-dinner mints. Very nice.
So not spooky, just stinky.
Not spooky, just stinky.
One day in here, we were setting out the costumes for the children. We weren't actually talking, it was a quiet morning, just putting things out. And we heard kind of shuffling footsteps, really, or scraping footsteps with this sort of a noise, as if somebody was walking sort of behind where we are now, near the fireplace, but almost shuffling or scraping. It was a scraping sound behind us. And then it just stopped. As soon as it began, it stopped. It was kind of, it came from nowhere. They didn't sort of wander off or anything. And myself and the other lady looked at each other and I said, "Oh, did you hear that?" And she said, "Yeah, we both heard the footsteps together."
Who do you think is haunting the house?
I think there are lots of different spirits that are potentially haunting and creating activity in this building, and they cross over different generations. You know, you've got the story of the young girl, we don't know who she is. You've got the story of Betty Crompton, the mother of Samuel Crompton, who is very much associated with the building. And then you have the more generic hauntings, such as the Victorian or Edwardian striding man and the woman who's been seen in the kitchen. So who they are, it's very easy to make assumptions because we know the history, we know the characters associated with the building. Therefore, when something is seen, you assume that it's that person. The reality is that we don't actually know. The best evidence we have is what mediums say, because if a medium can come into a building without knowing its history and give names, dates and information which correlates with historical records, then that is evidence as to who's haunting.
It's been very interesting, shall we say, over the last 6 years. Lots of things have happened, strange things which haven't been that scary, but a little bit scary, and especially in the evenings and at night when we've done evening events, then it is scary.
Well, although this place does look a little bit spooky from the outside, once you get inside, it actually has a really nice atmosphere. But I think with its history and its hauntings, you could definitely say that it spins a good yarn. This is Smith Hills Hall in Bolton. It's one of those grand, atmospheric, rambling old houses which has a rich history and an even richer variety of ghosts and hauntings.
Smith Hills Hall has a long history. Parts of it date back to the 15th century, but much of what you can see today was added in Victorian times, when it was home to Colonel Ainsworth and his family. Now it's a museum run by Bolton Council, and one of its curators, Anne Melmoth, agreed to take me on a tour.
This is Colonel Ainsworth's room. This was where he would spend his afternoons with his friends, and these glasses, there's a lot of activity around these glasses. We put them that way up because they don't get dusty then. He mustn't like that. He mustn't like the idea that his glasses are that way. And what happens on a regular basis is this one in particular is either found on its side or tipped up that way.
No way. So you come in the morning and it's
like
changed?
that.
And how often does that happen?
That happens not every week or every month, but it does happen. It has happened over the years on a regular basis. So it's been discovered by quite a few people.
One of the things that Colonel Ainsworth is apparently notorious for is within his entertainment room, in his room, is turning those glasses over. Now, of all of the things that this man could do, that's the thing that he chooses to do. He chooses to say, no, I don't have my glasses that way. This is the way that my glass is supposed to be. And it is very much as if he still feels that he's correcting the servants. You know, it's a really pernickety thing. But it is a reflection on him of how he would have wanted everything in its place and everything as he wanted it to be. And he's still doing that. And I think that's fabulous.
So we're going through to this room now. This is another of Colonel Ainsworth's rooms. This is the library. This is where he would spend his afternoons or his evenings.
Look at all those old books. So he had a whole beautiful room just to read a book.
Yeah. the other thing that happened to me on the paranormal night was in this room. And we were doing what's called mirror scrying, when you sort of look at the mirror and talk, you just concentrate on looking at the mirror. And as you stood behind me now, there were people stood behind me. And all of a sudden, and this is a moustache theme again, I grew this dark moustache that came right down here. And it was really clear. And everybody behind me saw it as well.
So it actually physically appears in the mirror?
In the mirror, you could see this black shadow in the mirror. For all the world, I looked like I had a Frank Zappa type, you know, moustache. Ooh. And the spooky bit was when we went, afterwards we were going round, and there is a portrait of Colonel Ainsworth in his younger days, in his uniform. And when we looked at that, he's got the same moustache. So it was him. The room we're going into now would have been the housekeeper's room. So this is her domain, if you like. This is where all the linens would be kept in these cupboards. And obviously we don't let the public up here, but sometimes we have to come, you know, they do surveys. Sometimes we've had architects around who want to look at the structure of the building. And so we'd have to let them in here. And every time I've been in here and I've walked up those stairs, which lead up to what would have been the servants' quarters, and as you walk up, all these doors are closed, and then when you come back down, one door, this door, would be
open?
Open, like that.
And there's nothing, it's not drafty here, is there? And that's happened a lot?
It's happened more than once. It's happened 2 or 3 times to me, that.
Up in that derelict area, I was up there earlier whilst you were filming with Anne, and she was telling you the story of the housekeeper, and I was stood at the doorway and I looked up and I could actually see the housekeeper. I could hear her, and she was just so mad. And it wasn't an angry mad, it was almost like a lunatic mad. She just wanted everybody out. I really was expecting her to throw something off the balcony or push someone. I was really expecting her to do something. I was obviously really relieved that she didn't.
Joan Shepherd has worked at the Hall for many years and has had a number of paranormal experiences.
Now, we had a very large mirror in the shop called the Pugin Mirror. It's now at the Town Hall. And just before opening times, I was doing my hair and my lipstick, and I could see a man in the doorway through the mirror. So I turned round, went towards him, and said, "Can I help you?" No reply, he'd disappeared. So I went back to the mirror, and I could see him on the staircase through the door with his arm on the stairway,
and
looking at me.
What did he look like, Joan?
He had white hair and a darkish suit.
So who do you think he might have been?
I think he was George Marsh.
So despite the fact that he didn't die here, he still haunts the place?
He's still around the place. I'm quite sure of that. Now, this is George Marsh's footprint. When he came down here from the interrogation room, he stamped his foot.
So he sort of stamped with injustice?
With injustice of what had happened. And he looked up to God and said, "I have not been treated fairly here.
Please leave a mark."
That's right, and that's his mark. When I was showing somebody the foot, I had a crowd round, and I always had my hand like that, and I was grabbed very hard, and it really hurt.
How hard?
Well, I don't want to hurt you.
Oh, really hard?
It was really hard, and it had a mark on where.
And you couldn't see anything behind you?
I couldn't see anything. There was nothing there, only people in front of me.
How did that make you feel, Joan?
Really frightened.
Well, I'm not surprised.
But not as frightened as I am up these stairs. I will show you.
What happened to Joan is really interesting. The fact that she was physically grabbed, that she was pulled, that after the occurrence, when she looked, she actually had the marks on her wrist. Now, that's not common activity. And it takes an awful lot for an energy to be able to focus itself, to be able to focus its energy, to be able to create physical effect. So if we assume that that was George Marsh making himself known, it would have taken a tremendous amount of his own focus and energy to be able to create physical effect like that. It's not easy and it's not common.
Michaela, I hear all sorts of bumps and noises in this hall, and I think a lot of them come from this room. And I really hate going in here.
Why?
I start trembling.
Really?
There's just something about it, and it's horrid.
Do you always feel something, Jo?
Yes, I won't go in. I go like a...
Yeah, but you have to go in there. You have to show me.
I'm being very brave going in here. Now, this is George Marsh's room, we call it, or the green room, and this is where he was questioned. And he would have sat on this chair, and the Bartons would be there questioning him.
What's the feeling you get in here then, Joan?
My whole body at the moment is turning to ice, and I feel very, very frightened, and I will be glad when I go out.
But what are you frightened of?
It's frightened of the unseen. I don't know what's going on around me, and yet I know there is something there, possibly George Marsh.
I think the thing with George Marsh is that he wants his story to be heard. His injustice, his frustration, and I think that he invades people's space. He wants people to know that he's here. He wants people to talk about him. He wants his story to be told. He's a martyr, and he's out there and he's still standing up for what he believes is right, and he still feels that he was unjustly treated. I think he has a right to be a bit grumpy sometimes.
I've had so many things happening to me here, noises, being pushed, and all sorts of things in different rooms. Screaming, seeing children. It's haunted, all right.
Well, Smithills Hall really is an extraordinary place, and so many people that visit it seem to have an experience. In fact, even today when we were filming, we all heard children playing in the courtyard. When we looked out the window, there were no children there. Had they run away, or was it a paranormal experience? I guess we'll never know. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today we're in Gloucestershire. Later on I'll be visiting the Ragged Cot Inn, where the robbery of a stagecoach led to some ghostly goings-on. But first of all, I've come here to the ancient Ram Inn, which is known to be one of the most haunted houses in the country. And apparently it's a pretty unique place.
The Ram Inn in Wootton Under Edge is believed to date from the 14th century, but the site itself is said to date back to pagan times, when it was used as both a sacred site and burial ground. Over the years, hundreds of visitors, paranormal groups, and its current owner have reported all manner of ghosts, demons, and poltergeists. local paranormal researcher Chris Howley agreed to show me around.
A lot of stories to tell.
Well, this is the ancient Ram Inn. As you can see, the building in front of us now is basically 14th century. But the land dates back to pagan times. We're actually on a pagan burial ground.
What does that mean?
Well, pagans were very ritualistic, and they would bury their bodies in mass graves. And so it's reported that the energy from these mass graves, the unrest spirits have been heaped all together, will cause chaos in any location. And the Ram Inn is no exception. I mean, the atmosphere inside is demonic. It feels cold, dark, chilling. We've got poltergeists, sex demons, ghosts, spirits, you name it, they're all in. Do you want to come inside?
Not particularly, I'll go to the pub. Go on, I'll follow you. This is quite ramshackle.
It is. I mean, if we go through the main living room and on into the main area of the building.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before. What, into here? Gee, it's so cold.
It's freezing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a really cold feel.
It's got an atmosphere all of its own, this place.
Whoa, look at that. That's enough to scare you, isn't it?
Well, John Humphrey is the current owner of the mansion. He is quite an eclectic collector.
I can see, of stuff.
Of anything. Now, John moved into the Ram Inn in 1968, and this area here is where he spent his first night. And John, at the time, did not realise the Ram Inn was haunted until the middle of the night. He was disturbed by the sheets being pulled, and what he describes as a forceful hand grabbing hold of him and pulling him out of bed onto the floor. Absolutely terrified him.
John, when you bought this house, did you know it was haunted?
No.
When did you find out?
The first night,
And what happened?
something got in bed with me.
What do you mean something got in bed with you?
Well, fortunately, 3 films have been made about it. It's something called incubus, incubus and succubus, male and female. And I was thrown from one side of the room to the other and pinned up against the wall.
John eventually did research as to what was going on in the Ram Inn, and they discovered that the bed had been put over an ancient grave. They had people in and did the excavation that you can see here, and bones were unearthed from the ground. But what's quite disturbing about the bones that they uncovered, they were the bones of children, and amongst those bones were broken ceremonial daggers. I must admit, I don't like the building. I find it very oppressive, very hard to breathe in certain areas of the building, and I class myself as fairly rational, try to explain things away. I cannot explain the feeling I get in this building.
This isn't a friendly place, is it?
It's not a friendly place at all. I mean, I've been ghost hunting now for 10 years, and this is one building you will not get me into on my own. The atmosphere is just so dark. I don't know, sometimes you're even gasping for breath where the atmosphere just really pins into you. But this area in particular, we're standing on another site now where there's another famous ghost story of the Ram Inn, of the Blue Lady. Now, we have a name for her. Unfortunately, it's only her first name. She's called Elizabeth, but it's reported that she's the ghost of a lady murdered by 2 highwaymen, and she still haunts this particular area.
John's daughter, Caroline, grew up in the house and is well acquainted with its paranormal goings-on.
Caroline, why do you think this building is so haunted?
Well, I think it might be something to do with the fact that it's built on, well, below the base of a Celtic worshipping site, where the church is, St Mary's Church, isn't it? Is actually on a Celtic worshipping site, and this building is at the bottom of the hill. So if they used to sacrifice children and toss the bodies down the hill, then this is where they're going to end up. And this used to be a pond, and it's on a geological fault. There's lots of energy in this area. It's on a ley line. All things combined, I think it was destined to be haunted.
Now, my own personal experience in the Ram Inn was when I was setting up a trigger object for camera when we were doing it overnight. I put the object up on this shelf here. I had a colleague in the living room watching a monitor. As I turned round to go down the stairs, he saw on the monitor the trigger object picked up and thrown at me. It just missed the back of my head. So you've got two witnesses. Unfortunately, he hadn't pressed record.
Oh,
if he'd have
no.
pressed record, it would have been absolutely fantastic. We would have had evidence of that. Now, this room that we're stood in particular, is the witch's room. And it's not the sort of room you'd want to sleep in, really. You've got the ghost of a witch and her cat. And there's also the ghost that's reported of a crippled child who looks out of that window and waves at passers-by.
Really?
So,
How
quite
many
spooky.
people have seen that?
Countless people have seen it. Local residents of Wootton walking past the Ram Inn have seen a child stood at the window waving at them.
When I came back to stay with Dad about 30 years ago with my partner, and the cupboard got thrown down the attic stairs when I was staying here, and that was quite frightening. All my tarot cards went flying around the landing. Yeah, it was quite a spooky experience, but up until then, the ghost left us alone as children.
OK, let's go through to the bishop's room. Now, there's a strange ritual that John has before he allows anybody to enter this room. He will grab this crook and he will bang 3 times. And he will say, "Is anybody there?" And he will do that 3 times. Now,
Do I have to do it?
would you like to try?
OK. Be spooky if someone answers. Is anybody there? Not at the moment.
Now, it's reported by John that we have to do this to gain permission to enter the room. Otherwise, it will stir up the energy of whatever's in the room, and John has reported hearing this noise in the middle of the night. As if somebody is violently shaking that door.
And there's nobody there?
And there's nobody in the room. So John's, ever since, has used this ritual, and it's stopped that effect.
Gee.
Now, this is the bishop's room.
This has got a lot of scary-looking stuff in it.
Yeah, and a lot of
Quite
religious
scary.
overtones on the dressing table as well.
Yeah.
Which is quite scary. The ghost story in this room is of 2 monks that are seen walking along here and through that wall. Now, what's interesting about that wall is years ago, prior to being re-bricked, there was a hideaway. It was a sliding panel which the monks could walk into and hide away.
The Southern Paranormal Investigation Group have spent many nights at the Ram Inn and say they know just how haunted it really is.
Well, several things have happened to all of us, really, throughout different rooms. This one time when we were actually in the bar area, we were calling out. We didn't have too much activity to start with, so we were calling out and trying to sort of entice something to speak to us or to touch us. And I had like a touch on the back of my head. And so we asked again. I sort of looked around to see whether I'd caught my head on something, and then yeah, all of a sudden you had a laugh, didn't you?
Yeah, it was sort of after that we tried a bit of calling out, and I said, you know, if that was you that touched Dan, said, can you touch me? And at the same time I heard like a laughter, a real sort of deep laugh in my ear. So,
When you say it was a touch, was it literally just a touch or a push or?
it was like almost hitting your head on something. It was, yeah, it was almost like a, it was definitely like a proper touch, like almost pushing my head down.
I personally, as was doing an investigation, was sat in the bishop room. There's 3 of us in there, and the wall violently shuddered very, very hard behind us. There's no explanation for it at all.
It was almost like someone sort of stood there and slammed from the other side, sort of whacked right against it.
Where it's a Watland door wall, it was easy to move, but it vibrated very violently and made everyone jump while I was there.
John, you live here on your own now. What's it like to be in this house on your
You're
own?
very conscious you're not alone. I sleep on the settee down below because it's so cold. Why do I hear heavy footsteps going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards? Why do I hear doors slamming in the building? And why do I hear... If you shut your eyes in a pub, all the babble of voices and laughter, that's what I hear.
Every night?
Not all the time, thankfully, no. But quite often, you almost feel glad to have the company.
Well, Chris, I think I can safely say that I've never seen anything quite like the Ram Inn before. It's extraordinary.
It is an extraordinary building, isn't it?
What do you think will ever happen to this place?
Well, as long as John's here, he'll carry on doing the fantastic job he's done for the past 45 years and keep the building alive. After that, who knows?
No one's going to want to buy one of the most haunted houses in the country, surely.
Well, I think there'd be plenty of ghost hunters, if they had the money, who would love to buy the Ram Inn just to keep the history going.
Don't think I'll be one of them.
Right.
But I'm not sure I'll be back.
OK.
Should we go to that pub?
Yes.
This is the Ragged Cot near Minchinhampton in Gloucestershire. It's now a very smart pub and restaurant with accommodation and a complete contrast to the Ram Inn, except for one thing. It's got a long history and a great ghost story.
The Ragged Cot has been a coaching inn since the 17th century, and today it's a well-respected local pub and restaurant. Its most famous ghost story revolves around the exploits of a former landlord turned highwayman called Bill Clavers, who was said to have killed his wife and child on the way to robbing a stagecoach one night. Paranormal researcher Chris Howley agreed to tell me the story.
So, Michaela, this is where our story begins. One cold December night back in 1760, the then landlord of the Ragged Cot, one Bill Clavers, was plotting a highway heist. He was an alleged notorious highwayman, and he basically got himself tanked up on run, basically to warm him up, but also to pluck up the courage to go and rob the coach from London to Gloucester at midnight. Now, up in his flat, he staggered out with 2 loaded pistols, and his wife, petrified for his well-being, pleaded with him not to go out. She was carrying their young child. In his drunk rage, he pushed her to one side and they fell down the stairs. Bill Clavers then just left the building and went off trudging through the snow to go and hold up the coach. Right, Michaela, we're now on the main route from London to Gloucester, where the stagecoaches would have run past. I think what we need to do is picture the scene. It's a cold, freezing, wintry night in December as Bill Clavers comes from the Ragged Cot, complete with black mask, 2 matching pistols. He must have looked a formidable sight standing on this road, holding up the coach as it came through.
Were there a lot of highwaymen along this route in those days?
There were. Stroud is a notorious area, and in fact, just a mile further on up the road is the hanging post where the tried and convicted highwaymen were put to their death.
So he's got their loot. We don't know if he killed anybody at the time.
No.
And then what does he do?
Well, after leaving the passengers in a complete terrified state, he would have turned, trudged back through the snow to the inn to count his haul. And this is where our story takes a more supernatural twist. Bill Clavers, after completing the robbery, is now sobered up after trudging hours back through the snow, is horrified to find the dead body of his wife and child.
So they'd died from being thrown down the stairs?
That's right. I mean, he's now in blind panic, what to do with them. I mean, he comes through into the oldest part of the building where there was a chest. So he decides to dump the bodies unceremoniously into the chest.
Could that have been in this part of the building?
We think so. I mean, obviously the building's changed significantly since 1760, but we would assume it would have been in this part of the building.
So what happened after that, after he's dumped them in the chest?
Well, by now, several hours have passed. He's cleaned up. He's come through to this area of the inn, and through this window here, the police have now caught up with him after tracking him with his footprints through the snow. Now, they spot Bill Clavers through the window, and there's an exchange of gunfire. After the second shot, they hear a scream from within the building, but it wasn't down to the fact that Bill had been hit by a bullet. It was down to the fact that he'd just seen his wife, the apparition of his wife, walking across that corridor.
With his child?
With his child, yes.
The chef, Rob Pierce, has had his own experiences in the pub.
The only paranormal experience I've had has been sort of 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning when I stay in the old building. I often get woken up by a bang, and then I come downstairs and look around, and there's never anything about it. It sounds like someone's either fallen down the stairs or kicking the door in, but that's the only thing I've ever experienced.
Sounds like someone's falling down the stairs. Well, that matches the history.
It does, but it's an old building in the middle of the night, so you never know quite what's going on. It just it shakes you up a little bit.
This area has more ghostly tales which relate to a previous landlady, Melanie Holden. Now, Melanie and her husband used to live up above this room in the flat. Now, on the first couple of nights in the building, they had rattling doors, which they put down to bar staff coming up to attract their attention. When they used to open the door, there was nobody there.
Well, that's quite spooky, isn't it?
That's spooky in itself, but I think more frightening for Melanie's husband was waking up one night to see a spectral figure looming over the bed. He was scared out of his wits.
Has anything happened in this room itself?
Yeah, something more physical in this room, to do with this table, actually. Melanie was setting up for dinner, and she'd laid out the cutlery, moved through into the bar area. For a few moments, on returning, she noticed this chair had been pulled out as if somebody was sat ready to eat.
The manager, Sam Neal, has had a bizarre experience with the fireplace in the bar.
Since I've been here, the most bizarre thing has been when I put the fire out one evening. I put it out and turned around back towards the bar, and within about 10 seconds, the logs are all back over and the fire was roaring away again.
Could there have been any logical explanation for that?
Not that I can really think of, other than the wood's cooling down and it cracked and fell together again, but the ferocity of the flames, it was far too much for that, really.
Well, Gloucestershire really is home to some fabulous old buildings, and with a local history of highwaymen and robberies, it's not surprising there are some great ghost stories here too. I'm just glad it's modern day and I can get into a nice warm car and not a cold stagecoach to go home. See you next time. Bye-bye. To Great British Ghosts. Today we're in the West Midlands. Later on I'll be visiting a haunted moated manor house in West Bromwich. But first of all, I'm at the famous Four Crosses Inn in Cannock. Now when this was built 400 years ago, it was a quiet little village. Well, as you can hear, things have changed a bit since then.
The Four Crosses is a 17th century coaching inn built with reclaimed ship's timbers. It's situated on a busy main road, which dates back to Roman times and has had dozens of reports of ghostly apparitions, poltergeists, and other phenomena over the years. Chris Arnold, a local paranormal investigator, agreed to take me on a tour.
Okay, Michaela, welcome to the Four Crosses in Cannock. This is a 17th century coaching inn. Built in 1636. Coaching inns were very important that day and age. Our modern day equivalent is motorway services. So it's where coaches would have stopped, the horses would have been fed and watered, the driver might have had a pint of ale to sustain him on his journey, and then they'd have been off again. It's not a famously haunted building. But we've been investigating it for years. We think it's a bit of a hidden gem in the paranormal world, and we think it's an important part of haunted Britain. But to start the tour, I'm going to take you into a strange place to begin, the ladies' loos.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to follow me? As you can see, I'm bringing you into the cubicle. Strange story from a few years ago, about 5 years ago. The landlady opened up first thing in the morning, came into the toilets to check everything was okay, and found two crossed carnations on the toilet seat. Now, there were carnations in the window, but there were two crossed carnations. She thought it a little bit strange, but didn't think too much of it. Went out into the bar area, was doing something behind the bar, looked back at the toilet door, where she just walked through. A big heavy candelabra that's usually by the fireplace was now stood right in the middle of the doorway. She couldn't have possibly missed it coming out of the toilets because she'd have walked straight into it, and it did shake her up a bit because it's pretty much unexplained. The other thing in here, if you excuse me, just a second. Women have been sat in here, obviously, and have often reported hearing the sound of children crying, muttering, just very faint sound. But enough women have thought about, have heard this to make me think that there might be something in it.
Flamboyant local psychic Mystic Ed Ward is very familiar with the ghosts of the Four Crosses and agreed to come down and tell me about them.
I've had many experiences here at the Four Crosses. They're not nasty experiences either. For people that come here and think, oh, you know, I've gone into the ladies' toilet and I've heard banging of doors and things, don't be afraid by it. In fact, it's quite romantic. You hear things on the stairs, you hear things about dogs, and you can feel cold drafts around you as well. But they're spirits that don't do any harm.
Okay, Michaela, this is the snug area of the bar. In here, as in, I think, pretty much every haunted pub that I've ever been to, the story is always the same, that behind the bar, people have seen glasses flying off the shelves.
So not just falling off, actually
No.
flying?
No, actually flying off, and glasses moving about the bar by themselves. Just kind of typical poltergeist activity, we would call it. I'm going to take you up into the main bar area now. Now this area just hasn't changed in hundreds of years. Behind me, if you look here, you can just about see the outline of what was the main entrance to the Four Crosses. Now, as you can see, it backs out onto the main road, and quite a few deaths have occurred over the years because people have had a bit too much to drink, staggered out through the main entrance, not looked whether there was any traffic coming, and have actually been killed. Tragically, there was a child in the 1980s who was also killed that way.
So that's why they've walled the whole thing out?
That's why they've blocked it up and why we now enter the pub through the other side. One of the more persuasive stories that I've heard in here goes back about 10 years. Over in this area, there was a member of staff just clearing up during the day. She looked up to see a teenage girl dressed in very ragged clothing, barefoot, just standing staring at her. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and then the girl, very calmly, turned round and just walked through this wall and disappeared.
What did the member of staff do?
The member of staff promptly quit her job.
Really?
It hasn't returned since.
Freaked her out
Yes,
completely?
I can't say I blame her.
I must say, it's one thing seeing glasses fly off walls, but to see actual apparitions walk through a wall is quite scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the holy grail for any paranormal investigator like myself, is to see that full body apparition. Unfortunately, it's a very rare occurrence, and I'm still waiting myself. Also in this area, people have heard footsteps running up and down as if it's coming from the floor above. They've gone up to investigate. There's no one been there. Very strange.
And a lot of people have heard that?
A lot of people have heard that, yeah.
What's upstairs then?
Well, I will show you if you'd like to follow me.
So it's quite an active pub, quite a lot going on.
It's certainly active, we think. So, it's just through here.
There's a story when we first moved in, the chap from the brewery, Marston's, he was looking at some of the bed and breakfast upstairs, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he wanted to go into some of the rooms, and he actually tried the door on room number 3, was it?
Yeah, room.
And he heard a lady's voice saying, "Just a minute." And he come down and spoke to Jodie. He said, "There's somebody in room number 3." And she goes, there's nobody in there, there's nobody stopping over. So she took the key up to him and he opened the door, and there was nobody in the room. But there was actually him and a contractor, wasn't there?
Contracts manager, yeah.
And they both heard the voice say, "Just a minute." So,
How did he react to that?
well, you said his face was
I
like...
was very shocked. I was like, I can't believe that. Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
For somebody to knock on door room number 3, and they open the door, they hear a voice, and then there's nobody there. That is the time when you have to remember that we have a sense of humour on the physical plane, and so do spirit. When I've passed over into the spirit world, I'm not losing my sense of humour. I shall come back and make everybody laugh. I shall stand at the end of the bed and go, "Yoo-hoo!" And that's what spirit do.
So I'm going to take you up into the attic. While we were coming up here with a group of members of the public a few years ago, the whole group heard someone call out, "Who's there?" We don't know who said that. There was no one else in the building. It remains another unexplained voice. But in the attic area, story goes that this is where prisoners would have been kept. So when the coaches came in carrying prisoners, they obviously needed to keep them in a secure environment, and they housed them up here. And this might explain some of the voices that have been heard, some of the activity. Obviously, prisoners would have been in a tormented state of mind. If we go back to the stone tape theory, maybe that emotion was kind of soaked up by the beams. No one knows, but these are all theories that possibly might fit.
And of course, no proof, but some of those prisoners could have died up here.
Exactly, no proof at all, but, you know, if that was true, then it's more than likely.
We were sat down here the other night, wasn't we, when we'd finished a few nights ago, and we'd done all the cleaning. I was sitting by the fire, and it was like somebody was running up and down the landing upstairs, but there was no one up there. So that was
You could hear the footsteps of them running and things.
Yeah, like them running up and down, were there?
So how do you feel now about being landlord and landlady of a haunted pub?
I think if we listened to everything that we heard, I don't think I'd stay here, to be honest. But because I think if I was to see something myself, I think I'd be like, oh my God. But up until now, I'm trying not to let it bother me too much, else I'd be really worried.
The Four Crosses, in my mind, is one of the most haunted inns that I've ever been in. It really is, without a doubt. The things that people have said to others have happened to me. Dogs, children on the stairs, things happening in the ladies' bath, toilets, you name it, things happening in the bar, noises in the middle of the night. It is not unreal, it is very real and not to be feared.
So the Four Crosses Inn looks fairly normal from the outside, but go inside, hear about the hauntings, the history, add a touch of flamboyance, and you get some great ghost stories. This is the Manor House in West Bromwich. It's a fantastic looking Grade 1 listed timber beamed building dating back to the 13th century. So, surprise, surprise, it has some great British ghosts.
The Manor House is a magnificent building which is surrounded by the residential estates of West Bromwich that have grown up around it over the years. Despite its grandeur, the manor remained derelict for decades before being saved by Sandwell Council, who run it today. The building's manager, Rachel Smith, agreed to show me around.
Let me show you the Great Hall.
Oh, wow, look at this. This really is a great hall. It's fabulous. When does this date back to?
The Great Hall dates from 1270.
So it's really old?
Really old.
What about those timbers? Are those originals?
Yes, the timbers in the roof are original.
So what would this hall have been used for?
It would have been one of the main rooms in the house. It would have been used for feasting, as well as local courts, and as well as for local landowners to come and pay their taxes.
So it's a real living room. People really lived here.
Yes.
Have you got any great ghost stories in this room? I would imagine you have.
Yes, quite a few things have happened in this room. In the middle of the room here, there used to be a doorway. When it was renovated, it was taken out, but people have seen a medieval dressed man walking in and out as if there is still a doorway there, and he's looked them full on in the face.
So a full apparition?
Yes.
That must be pretty spooky.
Yes, I should imagine it would be. One of the ghosts of the manor house is reputed to be a cat, and we've had a lot of experiences in this room when people have been sitting at meetings and things where a cat has brushed past their legs.
Have you ever experienced the cat yourself?
I haven't experienced the cat, but I'm quite grateful I haven't, to be honest.
Have you ever experienced anything?
I've heard footsteps from the South Solar up here. It's very common for us to be sitting here or working here and hearing footsteps and creaking floorboards, but now I think I should show you the North Solar.
We've had quite a few experiences here, and it's one of the few places that I would go as far as saying I think is actually haunted. We had one night here, we were just doing a private investigation, and we were sat in a small room just near to what used to be the bar. The group was sat in there. They heard very distinctly footsteps. It sounded like it was on concrete, and the footsteps walked up to where they were sat, and then they all heard a very loud sigh. It scared them all, obviously. The interesting thing was, and we did actually record this sound, the bar was actually carpeted at the time, but the footsteps sounded like they were on concrete, so that was particularly interesting.
So what was this room, Rachel?
This would have been a solar, which is a private living area for the family, perhaps after they retired after feasting in the Great Hall. It's also got a chapel attached to it, so it would have been an area where they could have felt a priest would be praying for them.
So any great stories in here?
There is a few ghost stories in here. One of them is that people have seen apparitions of young men. There is actually quite a murderous story that goes hand in hand in historical records for the manor house, and that is of two brothers in the 14th century, Bertram and Nicholas, who'd been to a local lady who was known as Agnes the Weaver, and they'd been to visit her, and on the way home they'd had a dispute of some kind, and Bertram actually murdered his elder brother Nicholas here at the manor house, just outside the manor house. There's also a story associated with the chapel. The chapel area, there are dowels across here, which shows that we would have had curtains hung across to hide the chapel from the solar. It's believed that when the curtains were drawn, when it was a pub, the gentleman whose job it was would draw the curtains in the evening, and the next morning he would come up, and every morning they were back open.
Really?
Yes.
And have any apparitions been seen around this area?
I do believe outside the chapel area, outside in the grounds, there has actually been a monk-like figure.
And do people actually see the whole figure then?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes, yes. I mean, up until as recently as a few weeks ago, staff have heard noises, seen things. We've had people who've worked here at events who've actually come to me and said, I've just seen an apparition, and have actually gone white and been quite scared. So, yeah, pretty haunting stuff.
So you'd say the manor house is definitely haunted?
Definitely haunted.
It's got a lot of good stories.
I just want to tell you up here, something quite odd happened in these ladies' toilets.
It often seems to happen in the ladies' toilets. So these obviously aren't historical toilets.
No, they're not historical toilets. These are 60s toilets, you can tell by the colour. About 12 months ago, we were taking some photos for our Halloween events, trying to make them look a bit spooky.
What, looking in the mirror?
Yes, trying to make it look like I was a reflection hiding me behind the door. When we actually got the photos back, there was actually something behind me.
So there was a shadow behind you in the photos?
Yes.
That is so bizarre. So you didn't have to Photoshop it?
No, it's quite scary.
And no idea what that shadow was?
No, not at all.
There was one public event we did here, which was probably the most active night we've ever had. All night things were happening. We had disembodied footsteps, we had doors opening and closing by themselves. People actually saw the apparition of what they said was a monk kind of fleeing across the Great Hall. And this was witnessed by more than one person, which obviously is more convincing as a story. At one point we got all the groups together because it sounded like someone was trying to break in. It sounded like someone was throwing themselves against the exterior doors. We checked, there was absolutely no one in the vicinity at all, and that remains unexplained.
One of the manor's guides, Bethany Smith, got more than she bargained for one day during a tour of the kitchen.
I was standing here and I felt something as if like it was grabbing my shoulders. So I thought maybe it's the draft coming from the windows. So from this side I moved to over here and I was standing over in that area and I felt something as if like it had got harder.
What's actually pushing down on your shoulders?
Grabbing my shoulders, yes. So I decided to move a little bit further to try and get away from the room because it did actually quite scare me. And I saw a manly shadow over there standing by the door as if it was going up to the panelled room or coming from the panelled room.
And what did this manly shadow look like?
It was just as if like it was a blur, black blur.
And did it go then? Did it
It went,
vanish?
and then after that I had to leave the room because it did actually quite scare me and I had to go back into the Great Hall and join everybody else.
So how do you feel in the manor house now?
I do not like going in this part of the area of the house. If I have to go in this part of the area to turn lights on or take tour groups around here, I actually have to have people with me because I don't like being on my own.
And Beth, do you have any idea what that could have been, particularly the pushing down?
Well, I don't feel like it, if it is a spirit, I don't feel like it's a bad spirit. Maybe it's just a spirit letting me know the presence of the house, but it does scare me, but I don't think it's a bad spirit or anything bad.
When the lights are off, when you're perhaps by yourself, it does take on a bit of an oppressive atmosphere. I certainly wouldn't be hanging around too long by myself at night, but that doesn't detract from the fact that I think it's a wonderful part of England's haunted heritage.
Well, the manor house really does have some great ghost stories, but what's fascinating about this place is that it's right in the middle of a residential area. It truly is a haunted hidden gem. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today I'm in Shropshire. Later on I'll be heading to Shrewsbury, which has the reputation of being one of the most haunted places in the country. But first of all, I've come here to the ancient market town of Ludlow to visit the Feathers Hotel, which is well known for its fantastic Jacobean facade and for its ghosts.
The oldest part of the Feathers, including the world-famous facade, was built in 1619 during the reign of King James I. Ludlow remained loyal to the Crown throughout the English Civil War, during which it's thought that the Royalist soldiers were billeted at the Feathers. However, since 1863, it's been a hotel and is said to be one of the scariest places to stay in Britain. One of the hotel's staff, James Powell, agreed to take me on a tour.
So, James, there's still a lot of the old features here, then?
Yeah, we're actually in the original part of the hotel at the moment. Let me take you upstairs.
And it was a coaching inn?
That's right. It was originally built as a coaching inn, and still, to this day, house people come to visit Ludlow. This is Edward IV room, known as the writing room.
Oh, look at that fireplace.
Yeah,
That's
it's amazing.
fantastic. Is that original?
It is original. Original Jacobean fireplace there.
It's in good condition,
It is
isn't
very
it?
good condition.
So are there any good ghost stories in this room?
Not in this room itself. If I take you through into the James I room next door.
Oh, look at this again. A great fireplace
Yes,
and a fantastic ceiling.
Yeah, they don't make them like this.
They don't, do they? So what's the story in this room?
Story in this room, we've had quite a few reports of a gentleman being seen at the window, sitting down.
What, sitting in the seat here?
Exactly where you are,
Yeah.
with a dog at his feet.
Any idea who he might have been?
We don't know who he is. We do know that he is dressed in old clothing, so it is from a time long before we were here. But as to who he is, we don't know.
Well, there was a report by the night porter that when clearing up at night in the James I lounge, he would often hear his name being called. Now, it happened so often that he eventually got used to it, but he's adamant that this had to be of a paranormal origin, as there was no one else up at that time. All the guests were in bed. He was the only member of staff on duty. Therefore, he basically accepted the fact that it was a ghost.
Just this way.
And what's this, the Great Hall?
The Great Hall, also known as the Prince Charles Suite. We hold a lot of wedding functions here, it's very good. But we have had some ghostly happenings here before. Several years ago, I was working on the bar there. I heard footsteps in this room. I looked around the corner, saw nothing, went back to work. 2 minutes later, heard definite footsteps on this floor, all the way across this floor. The funny thing about it is, about 3 years after it happened to me, one of the housekeepers ran downstairs saying that she'd heard footsteps in this room. It was about the same time of day as well, about 12 o'clock. And the funny thing is, I never actually told her what I'd experienced here, so that was quite strange.
I think the Great Hall is probably one of the most haunted parts of the building because of the activity that would have ensued in there over the years. Obviously, it would have been a meeting place for family members or for soldiers or for dining or big functions. So I think that's probably why it's probably one of the most lived-in parts of the hotel.
Karen, have you ever had anybody who hasn't been able to stay in one of the rooms?
Yeah, we had a couple come and they specifically asked for a haunted room, which they had. They were given room 212. And the husband actually only stayed 3 hours before he had to leave, and they actually eventually stayed in the Travelodge in Ludlow.
What on earth did they see?
They never said what they saw, they just didn't stay. They couldn't stay.
So any idea what might be in that room? Have you ever had anyone in there that's told you?
I had a lady who was insistent that Henry VIII was in that room. Whether he is or not, I don't know.
And have you ever seen any ghosts yourself?
I've had feelings that there's something there, but I've never actually physically seen anything.
So do you think the Feathers is haunted?
Yes.
Okay, and now we're entering into probably what is the most haunted room of the hotel.
So what happens in this room?
Okay, well, one night, husband and wife in this bed, and in the middle of the night, the woman got dragged out of bed, pulled out by her hair by some spirit, while all her husband felt was a gentle stroking on his face.
So she actually got pulled out of the bed by a ghost?
By her hair, by a ghost, yeah.
She must have been terrified.
I bet she was.
And has that happened since?
We have had a number of reportings over the last couple of decades of this kind of attack on a woman, yes.
So basically she's a jealous ghost?
Looks that way.
Explaining a physical interaction with a ghost, they're very rare occurrences. Obviously, on most events, you will get feelings, you will get senses, you will hear things. That tends to be the most common paranormal activity that we experience and that we also hear that other people have experienced. An actual physical interaction with a ghost is a very rare occurrence. Again, it's something that can't necessarily be proven, and we have to take the word of the person that it happened to and the fact that it was reported immediately to the hotel staff, and allegedly the lady was very, very scared by what had happened.
So lots of staircases in the hotel, James?
Yeah, certainly. It's like a rabbit warren. Very easy to get lost.
And lots of uneven floors.
I quite like it. It adds to the character of the building.
It certainly makes you realise you're in an old place.
It does. But now we're entering into a more modern part of the hotel.
So what's happened in here?
OK, well, you remember the apparition from the James I Lounge with the gentleman with the dog?
Yeah.
Well, apparently he's been seen in this room, walking from this side of the room to that side of the room and disappearing totally into the wall.
And again, have a few people seen that?
They have indeed, yeah.
Well, what's really interesting about that is this wasn't part of the original building. As you say, it's an extension.
Well, that's right. This part of the building was built in the late 1950s. Before that, there was nothing here apart from the extension to the car park or the old coaching park.
Because you can see why people see ghosts in a very historical room where there's lots of old beams and possibly the stone tape theory. But unusual to see it in a modern extension.
That's right. That's what makes this haunting so interesting, is that the ghost isn't restricted to the old part of the building, that they're actually exploring the more modern part of the building.
Maybe he was just giving his dog a walk.
I think so. I've got one more thing to show you on the outside of the hotel. OK, and this is the last ghost story I've got for you.
So it actually happened outside?
Outside the hotel, yeah. Now, one day about 20 years ago, so it's quite old, over at the Bull Hotel there, which the building itself is very old, a woman was seen crossing the road here and actually walking through a parked car on the side of the road and then just totally disappearing. At the same time, a gentleman was walking on this side of the road, saw the apparition, saw it disappear and was a bit freaked out. He went into the bar of the hotel, and just by his face, the barman could tell that something was up. He ordered a double brandy, and the barman said, "I bet you've just seen the ghost of the girl walking through the car." And the man was totally shocked, said, "How could you know that?" He said, "Well, you're the sixth person to see her this year."
No way! Was she a historical figure?
No, that's the strange thing about it. She was dressed in 60s clothing, miniskirt, high boots. So that's quite strange that something so modern's attached to a building this age.
I think that's the first ghost story I've heard of someone that's not been in old-fashioned clothes.
Yeah, it's very bizarre why it's attached to this hotel.
The twist in the story about the girl being seen walking through cars in the street outside the hotel is that it's rumoured that it's an apparition of someone who is still alive. There's a local reporter who apparently tracked down a woman who now lives in a completely different part of the country, who swears that it is her who's being seen as a young girl.
Well, the Feathers Hotel is a fantastic historical building. And in fact, there are quite a few here in Ludlow, and apparently many of them are haunted, including the castle, which is said to have the ghost of a white lady. Definitely worth a second visit. This is Church Street, right in the heart of Shrewsbury town. It's surrounded by great little shops, old historic buildings, cobbled streets, and of course, a haunted hotel. The name comes from Prince Rupert, the grandson of King James I, who stayed in this hotel when he visited Shrewsbury in an effort to raise troops for the royalist cause. And the town itself has a long-held reputation of being one of the most haunted places in Great Britain. The hotel today is owned by Mike Matthews, who agreed to show me around.
This is the oldest part of the hotel. The hotel is made up of a number of buildings ranging from the 18th century all the way through to the 12th century. Where we are now is in the oldest secular building of Shrewsbury.
So this is 12th century?
1150, it's actually been dated back to.
That's old, isn't it? There must
Very
be
old.
so much
Absolutely.
history. And what was it used as then?
A private residence many centuries ago. And we took the building on in 1997 and joined it to the hotel to form 5 suites.
So there must be a lot of stories and hauntings in this bit.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to take you now into the Prince Rupert Lounge, which is where I had my experience when I first came to the hotel in 1996.
And what was this room originally used as?
It is said that Prince Rupert actually lived here between 1641 and 1644, and he was the grandson of King Charles I. And it is said that this would have been his lounge, his living quarters.
So what was your experience?
Well, let's take you back to 1996, and the hotel was full. We just moved into the hotel with my family, and we were living in bedrooms at the time, and because the hotel was at 100% occupancy, I moved into here with 2 camp beds with my nephew, who was working here at the time, called Dominic. Early hours of the morning, at around about 2 in the morning, we said, let's call it a night and go to bed. We came up here, sat on the beds, discussed how the evening had gone. I said, let's have a drink before we go to bed. We popped downstairs to the bar, bearing in mind that there was only the night porter on duty who was busy at the time. When we came back, literally 60 seconds later, our pillows had vanished. And we searched the room, there's nothing here at all. We then spent a good 30, 40 minutes trying to find them. I was determined to find them, to find the culprit who had taken them. And I actually found them in the lift, which is around about 60 yards away from this room. Over the years, I've got used to certain occurrences happening, and it might well be that I put something down in the office and I come back minutes later and it's gone. And look, you know, this is 11 o'clock at night, there's nobody else around. But you know, you live the building and you start to understand the building, and after a period of time, you accept it. That's just the way it is here. I'm going to show you another of our rooms now, called the Prince Rupert Suite.
Is this where he would have slept?
We rather suspect it would have been, yes.
Oh, it's a great bedroom. So what's happened in here?
There have been several sightings of a depression on the bed, very much as though somebody had actually sat down on the bed itself and left the image of an individual sitting there.
What, while somebody's in the bed?
People have been sitting in the bed, waking up in the morning, or about to go to sleep, and actually seeing the same image in the same area of the bed as well.
And does that frighten guests?
Sometimes. Not usually, though, because they can't relate it to the experience itself. When I've heard it several times and I start to understand what's going on inside the building.
Any other stories in here?
Yes, we had a reporter from a newspaper locally who was actually staying the night to actually find spirits. And he took a photograph of the room. When the photograph was developed, this mirror was on the right-hand side of the photograph and had an image in it reflected from the room, which nobody could really explain. And despite people having a look at the negative and looking at the image several times, they couldn't work out what the image was. I was extremely skeptical about ghosts and spirits before I came here. Probably a non-believer in a 100% way. How do I feel now? Completely different. I've now got a total open mind. But it doesn't concern me. I'm not worried about it. I don't have any fear of the matter at all. What I do know is that you can actually work in conjunction with the spirits as opposed to against them.
Is this part of the building really old as well?
Yes, it is. We're into the 15th century part now, where our Tudor suites are. And I'm going to take you into the Prince Philip Suite, which has had a number of sightings over the years. For a number of years when we first came here, the same sighting of people waking up in the middle of the night and actually seeing a lady hanging from the ceiling.
Oh my goodness, that is horrible. What, an actual apparition?
Yes, absolutely, yes. Rather oddly, it hasn't been seen for a number of years, but for a good 5 years when we first came here, it was, I wouldn't say every night, but certainly 2 or 3 times a month it would happen.
Have you yourself seen it?
I haven't. I wouldn't actually stay in this room. I've heard the stories so many times that it's the only room in the hotel that I actually won't stay in.
Do you know who that might have been?
As far as we know, it's a maid that actually lived in the house when it was a private household, who lived in this room and was jilted by her lover. And she was so distressed and so upset that she took her own life.
Shrewsbury's official town crier, Martin Wood, is also an authority on its ghosts, and he agreed to show me down to the hotel's cellars.
What you're actually going down now is you're actually going down a flight of steps which was here in the 12th century and actually part of the original town walls of Shrewsbury.
So this obviously goes down into the cellar.
This goes down into the cellar, on your head.
Cellars so often have good stories.
Oh, this one really is wonderful.
Gee, I've never seen such a tidy cellar.
It is, it's good, isn't it?
This is
Yes,
amazing.
yeah, we have some very, very tidy and clean ghosts around here, I must admit. One of them we have a young Tudor lad called Thomas, and he appears around this area here. The other side of this wall is a pond, and that's where he was drowned. And he will appear in here, or people will sense him, that he's actually around. We had one young lady once down here, and he actually held her hand. And for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, he actually led her all the way back through the hotel, back to where the pond used to be, to actually show her where he'd actually drowned. And so he just took her all the way through.
So did the lady actually see the apparition, or just
Didn't
feel
see him.
herself being led?
Just felt herself being led through the hotel. And she said, you know, somebody has got hold of my hand. And when I said, well, clench your fist. And she couldn't, because there was another hand in it. And she could actually feel the hand in her hand.
How do most people feel when they come down here?
They feel spooked. I mean, a lot of people, when they start coming down and they start on the toilet halls, they oh, great, you know, this is going to be a real laugh and all the rest. But as they get into it, then they start sort of changing slightly. And then by the time they get down here, and obviously with the doors and everything else all creaking as you open them, it's sort of, oh, well, you know, are we in the right place? You know, should we go here? I've had a lot of people that have come down, and as soon as they've got down here, they say they've got to get out. And it's turned around and sort of disappeared. This is a scene of a gentleman who, he's not very happy with me, and I don't particularly like him sometimes. But for some unknown reason, he doesn't like me around.
How do you know that?
Well, generally, he sort of comes along, you see, and he sort of tends to do that.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like him very much. But what, you can actually see him do that?
No, you can actually feel it.
You just feel as if someone's clasping your neck?
Yeah, you just actually feel it. I mean, we had a lady on one of the tours a couple of years ago who was standing at the top of the stairs where we came through, and she got a green necklace around her neck, and she suddenly screamed, and as she screamed, this necklace fell to the floor. And she said that she could actually feel somebody's hands behind her neck unscrewing the necklace, and it just felt, I mean, she took off like a rocket sort of thing, and that was it, you know, she'd gone for the rest of the night. But, you know, it's things like that actually happen in here. And I mean, even now when I'm talking to you now, it's feeling very, very close in here. And I can feel that he's around me.
Really?
Oh,
so
yeah.
he's in here?
Oh, yes, he's in.
Should we get out before he puts his...
Yeah, be a good idea. Do you want to go first? I think the Prince Rupert is extremely haunted. We've got maybe 10, 12 active sightings of ghosts within the hotel itself. Why they're here? Because the building itself goes back such a long way. And we think so many things have happened throughout the centuries here that it's obviously something that's just stayed within the building itself, and these characters have stayed here.
Bear in mind that the hotel has 900 years of history. And you know, if you look at that period of time, many occurrences would have happened, from rapes, deaths, murders. But I think it goes beyond that. I feel that the building has a history to tell in terms of a mood. Imagine the walls absorbed memories, and those memories I've been able to unpick and, if you like, let out a little bit. I think there's a sadness in the building. I don't mean a sadness in terms of somebody has died that was very close to somebody. I think there's almost a passionate sadness in the hotel, where there's been a lot of love, and perhaps that person couldn't get the person that she actually wanted or he wanted. And as a result, the building has been trapped in this loveless passion, if you like, which often comes out in the mood and the feeling of the property.
Well, guess where I'm spending the night? The most haunted room in the hotel, the Prince Philip Suite, the one where people have seen the apparition of a lady hanging from the beams. I think that is the most disturbing, chilling image, so I've decided not to go to sleep tonight. Instead, I'm going to read with the light on. See you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, come on. Welcome to Great British Ghosts. Today we're in a rather wet and blustery Lancashire to visit Salisbury Hall near Preston and the Sun Inn here in Chipping. Both are known for their famous female ghosts who both sadly died of broken hearts. First stop, the Sun Inn in the rather appropriately named Windy Street.
The Sun Inn claims to be the most haunted pub in Lancashire, thanks largely to the ghost of Lizzie Dean, a scullery maid who committed suicide up in the pub's attic back in 1835, aged just 20. Local psychic investigator Michelle Stavert agreed to tell me the tragic story.
Lizzie Dean, it's a very, very tragic story. You have a young girl, 19 years of age, a man of consequence, of some wealth, promised that he was going to marry her. He said that he'd cancelled his wedding, that he loved her, he was going to marry her, and she gave herself to him. And it turned out that actually he hadn't cancelled the wedding, and on the day that she was supposed to marry him, he was across the road at St Bartholomew's Church marrying her best friend. Absolutely racked with grief, she went up to the attic, and from the attic window she could see the church, she could see the wedding party going up the path, and she took her own life. When she was found later, it said that grasped in her hand was a suicide note in which she cursed her lover's unborn children, and she requested that she be buried by the gate or on the path, so that every time her lover and her best friend went to the church, they would have to pass her and they would have to feel the guilt and responsibility of her actions. It's a terribly tragic story.
Landlord Rob Hedges has never seen Lizzie himself, but has experienced lots of strange phenomena over the years that he believes could well have been her.
Well, Michaela, let me take you through to the main bar area where I had my strongest experience.
Because you've had quite a few, haven't you, Rob?
Yeah, we certainly have. We certainly have, but this one was the main one for me. I was sat here on my own at night, pub locked up, no one in at all. I was just relaxing, and from here you can just see the staircase over there. And I saw, quite clearly, a woman in an old-fashioned dress walk upstairs. And it was her footwear that really caught my eye, and there were clogs, the style of clogs that they used in the mills around here.
And was that an apparition, or was that a shadow?
No, I think it was quite clear. It was quite clear, and I could even focus on the footwear.
And have other people seen that?
Yeah, there are stories of many people passing her on the stairs and not knowing, and then come downstairs and ask who that person was, who that girl was, and there was no such girl.
Who do you think it could be?
Well, it could well be Lizzie Dean.
So she's been seen a lot in this pub?
Oh, a lot.
By a lot of different people?
A lot of different people, certainly.
There are some fabulous stories connected with Lizzie Dean. There's a lovely story of a chap from Edinburgh who was visiting the pub, and as he came in through the door, he actually held the door open for a young girl in period costume to exit the pub down the steps. When he came in and he asked behind the bar, oh, that was fabulous, you know, where's the fancy dress pageant today? He was a little shocked to discover that actually there wasn't anyone in fancy dress on that day. So I think that's a beautiful story. And there's several stories like that where people have actually held doors open for her, or she's interacted with people and they really have thought that they've been dealing with someone in fancy dress, and that's again is a sense of her wanting to continue to be a part of what goes on here.
Let me show you the bar. This actually happened during the day and was witnessed by many of us. But as you can see, where we store the glasses up here overhangs or actually doesn't overhang the bar by about 6 inches. So it's very difficult for a glass to hit the bar. But a glass came down, hit the bar, bounced quite a few times, strangely, and then flew into the bin and shattered in the bin.
So that really does sound like paranormal activity going on.
Well, it does, doesn't it?
I mean, it almost has to be someone's hand putting it down there and pushing it from side to side.
Definitely, very, very strange.
And has it happened more than once?
Yeah, we've witnessed that a few times.
Really? Anywhere else?
Well, I can show you through here. In this part of the pub, we have a very old game called bull ring, where the object is to swing this brass bull ring against the hook. That's the object anyway, and get it to go on the hook there. Now, the barman was in one day and he heard the sound of it hitting. I can't even do it now. Of hitting that sound of hitting the hook. And when he came in to investigate with nobody else in the pub, it was freely swinging in the middle of the room.
And definitely nobody was there?
There was definitely nobody in.
So that could be a mischievous ghost?
It certainly could be a mischievous ghost.
And could that be Lizzie Dean?
It may well be. But Lizzie's story in this pub really centres on the attic upstairs. Obviously upstairs.
Should we go and have a look?
Certainly shall.
One of the lines in Lizzie Dean's suicide note laid a curse upon this man who had let her down so very, very badly. And I think her wording is fabulous. She actually says, I curse you by all things good and true, your offspring mute and their children too. Now, according to local folklore and myth, that apparently worked. Apparently this chap had 3 children and all of these children were born deaf and mute. Again, it's difficult to place that in as historical fact, but certainly as far as village legend is concerned, it was a very successful curse indeed.
So, Rob, this is the staircase that you saw her on?
That's right, yeah, down the bottom of the staircase.
And other people have seen her too on that staircase?
Yeah, there's quite a few stories about people passing her on the stairs.
And this room?
Well, in here used to be a snooker room. And there's a story that there were several guys in here playing snooker, and a woman walked straight through and go downstairs. There was no woman in the pub, and one of the men would never come back in the pub again since he saw that.
So it looked like a real person, but in fact
they were
ghost.
convinced it was a real person. Let's continue through here into the scary room.
What, the kitchen? And obviously this is the attic room.
That's right. I'll have to just move. Sorry. Okay.
Why did he block it up?
Well, nobody really wanted to go in there. And we were a bit, to be honest, scared of it when we first had the pub.
I guess you need the space.
That's right. And it's just not very convenient to get in. But if you want to go in first.
Oh, really? Do I have to? It's slightly awkward. Oh, OK. Well, I'm glad there's a light in here, Rob. Gosh, it's cold up here, isn't it? So is this the room that Lizzie Dean lived in?
Yeah, this is her quarters. And Apparently that is the beam where she hung herself.
What, this beam here?
That one there.
How tragic.
She was watching her friend get married to the man that she loved through that window. And apparently while she was watching that, she put a rope around her neck and hung herself.
Because you can actually see the church, so she must have seen them go in to get married.
That's right.
It really is a tragic love story, isn't it?
It is. It's very sad, yeah.
Have you ever felt anything while you've been up here?
Not in this particular room, because I try not to come up in here.
Has anyone else been up here?
Only one guy, one of our barmen, he slept up here for charity one night, but he got himself very drunk before he came up, so...
Wasn't quite in tune with the spirits then, or spirits of a different sort.
Definitely.
Lizzie's not the only ghost here. There are reported sightings of children, and there are people who've been very attached to the building, either as customers or visitors or previous landlords or landladies, are still said to show themselves or let their presence be felt around the place.
OK, Michaela, just like to show you into the stables.
So you've got stables at the back of the pub?
Yeah, we keep some horses here. We breed a few shy horses. We've had them for quite a few years now. And I've had quite a strange experience out here.
What, in the stable?
Actually, in the stable itself, yeah.
And so the horses are in here?
That's right.
Whoa, look at the size of them. They're enormous.
They are.
What are their names?
Well, the one nearest to you is Lily.
Hello, Lily. You're going to move so we can get by. Good girl, good girl. She obviously loves you. So what was your experience in here, Rob?
Well, I was waiting for Lily to foal, and I was actually sleeping with her for a couple of nights because I couldn't get the date quite right. And one night I woke up and I was almost paralysed. I felt that I couldn't move anything at all, although I was fully awake. And I thought that she was either pressing her nose down on my chest or stood on me or something, but she wasn't. And then, later on, a few weeks later, we had a séance from a group of investigators, and they mentioned about this little girl that follows me around and really enjoys being with the horses and was there while I was sleeping in the stable.
So do you think that was Lizzie Dean?
No, I don't think so. They called her Bethany. She was a little girl, about 10 years old.
So no idea who Bethany is?
No idea at all, no.
Lizzie Dean doesn't feel that her final requests have been met, and that's why people believe that she's remaining here. She laid her curse and she made a specific request about where she wanted to be buried. Unfortunately, as a suicide, that wasn't possible, and she was buried in the far corner of the church under the elm tree.
The story of Lizzie Dean is one of love, loss, betrayal and tragedy. She died with a broken heart. Her body may be buried here, but her ghost lives on just the other side of the graveyard. This is Salisbury Hall in Preston, and it's home to one of the most famous ghosts in Lancashire, the White Lady. In fact, so many people have seen her here at the house and by the road that she's even got a police record. The 14th century Salisbury Hall is renowned to be one of the most haunted country houses in Britain. This is largely due to the frequent sightings of just one ghost, Lady Dorothy Southworth. She's known locally as the White Lady and has been reported moving through the house and grounds, as well as across the main road. Local paranormal researcher Jason Carl agreed to take me on a tour.
Michaela, nice to see you. Welcome to Salisbury Hall. Come on in. So, Michaela, come into the parlour, a beautiful room in what is one of Lancashire's most famous haunted houses and certainly home to one of Lancashire's most famous ghosts.
And that's the White Lady?
It is indeed. Now, the White Lady's story is a fascinating one and concerns a young member of the Southworth family who were resident in this house. In fact, their family built it in 1325, and a young member of the de Horton family based in Horton Tower about a mile away. Now, what actually happened was that a young member of the de Horton family fell in love with a young member of the Southworth family called Dorothy Southworth, and it wasn't allowed. Their family was staunchly Protestant and the family here was staunchly Catholic. So what actually occurred was they would have secret liaisons meeting in the woods and fells between the two halls. Now, Dorothy's brothers found out about this. They weren't happy about it. So they set up a plot to murder the young de Horton. Unfortunately for him, he brought his two soldiers along with him. Outside, the brothers met him, clip, clop, clip, end of him, and buried just outside this window. In fact, the remains were discovered in the gravel just outside here.
That is a real Romeo and Juliet story, isn't it?
It is, and that's the key. It is a real story. This is all historically documented. But more importantly, the contemporary sightings of that ghost known as the White Lady don't just take place here inside the house, but also on the road, which is just over there, a very busy A road.
So this is a ghost that doesn't just stick in the house, it actually wanders around.
It does, and of course that would be because when she was alive, she would be having these secret liaisons with her lover from the de Horton household, Horton Tower. So she is replaying, if you like, what occurred all those years ago.
And so do people see her in the road a lot?
In fact, that is the most common place that people see her. Now, this has happened so many times over the years that many motorists have actually contacted the police force thinking that they have knocked somebody over. They've seen a dashing woman coming into the road dressed in white. They think they've hit her, stopped the car, and there's nobody there. Now, in a panic, they're worried about this, so they called the police force. The White Lady is not only one of the most famous ghosts in Lancashire, if not the most famous, but also one of the oldest. And in fact, her ghost, it dates back many hundreds of years. Now, you often find with ghost stories that over time, like a battery, they seem to fade away, that perhaps something that was seen hundreds of years ago is now only heard or perhaps even felt. But that's not what happens here at Salisbury Hall, because we still have modern contemporary accounts of this manifestation, this figure, this full apparition being seen, and people thinking it's a real person. Now, this room in the house is where one of the most dramatic sightings of the White Lady actually took place. It's an amazing room, as you can see. And it's in a great performance space. Often what takes place in here is enactments of historical plays, and that's what happened in the 1970s. Now, the story says that the members of the cast, the troupe if you like, were rehearsing the play in here. The dressing rooms were just through that door, and several members of the cast reported seeing what they believed to be a part of the play, a woman dressed in white, which they thought maybe was a character that had been put in at the last minute. When they started to discuss this with each other, it became apparent very quickly that this wasn't a member of the cast and was, in fact, a manifestation of the White Lady.
But they obviously thought that it was a real person, so it was a real apparition once again, not just a ghostly figure.
Absolutely. In fact, all of the sightings that we know of here in the hall of the White Lady do report that she looks real, looks just like a normal person.
Maybe she wanted a part in the play. Would she have been a good actress?
Well, she's still hanging around, so who knows?
But then again, she does disappear in the middle, which is...
She does indeed, yes.
Jason, one of the things I think is amazing about the White Lady is she's from the 14th century. She must be one of the oldest ghosts ever.
I think it's true to say that she's probably one of the oldest ghosts in Lancashire, and it's interesting because a lot of ghosts seem to, over time, diminish, almost like fade away, but this one is still very much here.
About 5 years ago now, it's 2:30 in the morning. Everyone had gone home after a wedding. I was just sat by the Great Hall fire waiting for the fire to go out with a glass of wine, and I actually had a slap on the back of my head. It was a distinctive slap, and it actually moved my head forward. There was someone in the room with me, and he actually said, "I could see your hair move then, what happened?"
And who do you think that was?
I didn't realise at the time, and I wasn't scared at all when it happened, but apparently that is where Lady Dorothy sort of turns up from time to time, so I can only think that it's her.
Now, Now, interestingly, the White Lady, Dorothy Southworth, wasn't actually killed or murdered. She died a pretty normal death in France, and yet her spirit is seen here at Samlesbury Hall in England. Now, her lover, on the other hand, the young de Horton from the opposing de Horton family at Horton Tower, who was butchered here on the lawn just outside the walls of the house, has never been seen. Now, his spirit is felt and sensed by many people, but it's never actually been witnessed. Now, another interesting ghost story in the house actually takes place on this staircase. And this particular story was reported by a visitor who came to the house for a day out. In fact, lots of the ghost stories are reported by the guests and the visitors. Now, what the lady in question actually said was, as she was walking down the stairs, she felt suddenly she should stop and move to the side because she felt something move past her very, very quickly with force.
Did she see what it was? Could it have been the White Lady?
Well, it could have been the White Lady, but there are lots of other ghosts associated with the house, and who knows, perhaps it was one that's yet to be discovered. Now, the fireplace here is also an interesting story. Again, it happened to a visitor, reported by a visitor, an American, who was taking photographs to commemorate her visit. And when she had them, taken them home and had them developed, what occurred here in the picture was very interesting, because you could see an outline of a coffin.
Is that unusual?
Well, ghost photographs are pretty common, but you usually hear about what are called orbs or, you know, streaks of light or smoky shapes. It's quite unusual to have something that you can actually identify that's not an amorphous blob, actually as a coffin.
Have you seen the photo ever?
That's the interesting part of the story. No one's ever seen the photograph that I can find. I've asked lots and lots of people. Nobody seems to have ever seen it. So maybe it's just a story, but stories come from somewhere. I think what makes this house remarkable as a haunted house is not only the fact that its most famous ghost, the White Lady, is many, many centuries old and doesn't appear to have faded away, but also the people that actually witness this ghost and report it. These are people who are driving past in a car, perhaps walking past or on a bus, who have no prior knowledge, sometimes, of the ghost and the famous story. They're not paranormal enthusiasts or ghost hunters who've read all about it and are coming here with the intention of looking for a ghost. They're just normal people, and they're seeing something incredible.
Lady Dorothy and the de Horton boy was very much like a Romeo and Juliet story. There was the forbidden love, the hidden meetings, the tragic, tragic murder of the 3 soldiers, and then Lady Dorothy having died of a broken heart. What a sorry ending.
So Lizzie Dean, the maid from the Sun Inn, and Dorothy Southworth from here at Samlesbury Hall, 2 ladies that died with broken hearts. They didn't choose to let go of their loves, and as a result, they can't completely let go of their lives. They really are haunting, romantic leading ladies. See you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to a special edition of Great British Ghosts. It's Halloween, so for tonight's programme, we wanted to choose somewhere that obviously had a lot of history, was atmospheric, slightly romantic and impressive looking, with lots of great ghost stories and plenty of paranormal activity. So where have we chosen? Well, this place seems to tick all the boxes. It's Carnfield Hall near the town of Alfreton in Derbyshire.
Carnfield Hall is a Grade II listed manor house built in the 15th century. It has had a long and rich history, and its original wood-panelled rooms are said to be brimming with ghosts. Today, the hall is owned by a local vet, Graham Oliver, who lives there with his wife Heidi, their dog Cuthbert, and what appear to be quite a few spirits.
Heidi had the first experience when we were living in the attached cottage, and she heard a lady's voice, a sort of greeting, hello-y type thing.
It was like she'd come in through the front door, she'd shaken, it was like it was a rainy day, she'd shaken her clothes off, stomped her feet a bit, and you heard the intonation which sounded like, hello, and Cuthbert went bounding through, and I said, hello, who's that? And there was no one there.
We had a carpet fitter in at the time. He heard it as well, and he refused to be in the building on his own after that. So
I took Cuthbert for a walk, and he was sat outside saying he's not going back in again.
Derbyshire's ghost finder general, Richard Felix, has spent many a night at Carnfield over the years and took me on a tour of its haunted happenings.
Well, this is Carnfield Hall, Michaela.
Amazing looking place. It's huge.
Oh, it's fabulous. And I've been in a lot of haunted locations, as you have, but I've branded this as probably certainly the most haunted building in Derbyshire. But I'm not sure. It might be more than that.
So there are a lot of ghosts or a lot of ghosts?
So many ghosts in the building and so many stories about it. I mean, it all starts in here, really. James Cartland, who took the place on and renovated it 23 years ago, not long after he was here, sat in here with his wife and the dog, and all of a sudden they heard this crescendo of a noise upstairs. Furniture being thrown, not moved, thrown around. And of course James thought, oh my God, the burglars are here. Leapt up, went over here, grabbed the poker, went steaming upstairs with the dog, up the stairs, into the room. Absolutely nothing out of place, no drop in temperature, nothing. It was perfect. And couldn't understand it.
So is there any dramatic history that might connect that to something that went on in this house?
So much, because this is a place of intrigue, murder, suicide, death. People over here, obviously ex-members of the family. And here, this picture, this is Melville Watson. He was murdered. He owned this house and was murdered in 1914. Shot by this guy here, Mr. Sims, who then turned the gun on himself and shot himself.
And why did he kill him?
Because he cheated him out of a farm that he was buying and kept the money. And so he got a revolver, had a few pints, went down to the local pub, and then afterwards said to his mates, I'm going to shoot Melville Watson. And they all thought he was joking. But he didn't. He actually shot him 3 times and then killed himself.
James Cartland is an antique dealer who lived at Carnfield Hall for over 20 years and has become its unofficial historian and archivist.
Well, it's very ancient. When I first came here in 1987, there was a certain amount known about it, but nothing very much. It was all rather boring. And I started doing a lot of research. The house, basically, it's a 15th century house, as it is now, but there's been a house here from well before, probably from Viking times. It used to be called Carlingthwaite, and Thwaite is a Viking word, and the actual word Carlingthwaite means an old woman's clearing. So you've got to imagine some Viking lady with large hat with horns on and 5 strapping sons, presumably, to hack down the woods. But that's the origins of it. And then in the 15th century, it was rebuilt, I think, by Dame Alice Babington and her husband, William Gregory Page. And they were attacked here in 1498 by their relatives and neighbours, the Revel brothers, who lived in the next village. And they had a sort of battle here, and they kidnapped old Mr. Page, and they forced Dame Alice to sell them the estate for a nominal sum. And that's how the Revels came here. And they were here till 1798, and they gradually made the house into a much grander one, made it into a stone house. And the room we're sitting in here, for instance, was the buttery of the house, where they kept sort of cold food, and they would have eaten here. And originally, the hall here, which is quite low now, was open up to the roof. It was a medieval hall, probably with a fire in the middle.
think the amazing thing about this place is that there actually isn't a room in the building that's not haunted. And the staircase, terribly haunted.
So the whole place is active?
Absolutely. I mean, that used to be the courtroom through there where people were tried, sentenced and even hanged on a tree somewhere near here. 4 times a figure, a grey shape of a person has been seen coming out, funnily enough, of where the toilet is here, turning here and going up the stairs. Not clothed or anything like that, not male, not female, just a grey, hazy shape that goes up the stairs and disappears.
Now, Richard, the history of this house is that it's always been a family home.
Oh, yeah.
So why would there have been a courtroom?
Manorial courts, the squire held his own courts and ruled for all the people that he employed round here and would try them, sentence them to death often. Here, Heidi, who is now the present owner with her partner Graham, was cleaning up upstairs, came to the top of the staircase here and she sensed there was something in front of her. Something walking in front of her. She knew it was a woman because she heard it humming. Not a song, just sort of that sort of thing. And it frightened her to death, but it was coming down in front of her and then just stopped. But when it stopped, she heard the most amazing crescendo coming from the top here.
As I was coming down the stairs, Cuthbert, our dog, was under the table and he came bounding up the stairs, really, really ferocious. His hackles were up, he was barking, and he leapt up as if he was going to attack me. I was quite shaken by it, but he sort of squirmed midair and fell down the stairs, regained his balance and came charging back up again, by which time I'd moved slightly to the side. And he just stood there in the same spot, barking and barking and barking. My friend was on the phone, and then I walked down the stairs trying to pacify Cuthbert, and it sounded like upstairs, like someone, there was just an enormous cacophony of noise. It was like someone had the ability to pick up all the furniture as if it was featherweight and just throw it all around the house. It was really, really loud. That was, I think, one of the only unpleasant experiences that I had. I was quite scared by that, and I think Cuthbert was scared by it as well. He sort of shrunk to a corner afterwards. And
so what was Cuthbert barking at?
I haven't got a clue.
But this staircase here has been here for the best part of 500 years. Can you just imagine how many Derbyshire people have actually walked up this staircase? And some of them are still here. This room here, I hate this room.
Why?
It's the bed. I mean, look at it, it looks like a hearse. They've put me in here. I've got to sleep in here, well, I've got to try and sleep in here tonight, and the problem I have is I'm frightened of ghosts. I am, honestly. Right, this is it. This is the murder room, or one of them, anyway. This is Robert Revell's bedroom.
And who was Robert Revell?
He was the squire. He lived here in the 1700s, early part of the 1700s, and in 1700 he actually became Sheriff of Derbyshire. Very wealthy man, and he was murdered in this room by 2 servants.
Why was he murdered?
He was wealthy. They robbed him, stole his money. Not the original bed, of course, but the bed would have been here, I presume, and we don't know what happened. We don't know whether they stabbed him, shot him. That would have been very messy. I've got a personal theory that they smothered him in the bed.
And this is the room that all the noise was heard in?
This is the room. He heard it. This is the room that was blessed. This was the room that James heard all the noises going on, yeah. I think Robert Revell's still here. I genuinely believe it. And, of course, the blessing didn't work. It's still around, trust me.
One of the things that's always amused me over the years, I've had the house open by appointment for ever since I came here, and an enormous number of people just roll up at the front door and bang on it, and you answer it and they say, "Excuse me, I hope you don't mind, but my great-granny was a housemaid here. Do you know anything about it?" So I always used to drag them in, and then make them a cup of tea, and they often produce all sorts of stuff, photographs and all sorts of things. It's absolutely fascinating because we've got lists of the servants here. I've got names of servants going right back to the 16th century. And in fact, the servants have been instrumental in 2 of the owners coming to Sticky Ends. One lot in 1627, which is a famous story in Derbyshire, how 5 of the servants found the owner dead in bed, Mr. Revel, of course. Nobody knows what happened to him, and they stole all his money and were sent to Derby jail. Anyway, that's one story. Then 1714, Robert Revel, who made the house what it is now with its Georgian front, he was murdered by 2 of his servants who knew he had money in the house. Now, I think that it's probably Robert who walks about in the rooms upstairs, because we know which room he was murdered in. And actually, it's Graham and Heidi's bedroom, which always has rather worried me. So, but goodness knows.
This is the Great Hall, and in 1700, when he became Sheriff of Derbyshire, he held a ball here, in this room. The biggest ball, biggest party this place has ever seen, apparently, and it's reputedly reenacted ghostly every year. Now, fascinating thing is that when this was derelict and there was hardly any roof, on holes in the roof and everything else, no squatters ever came here, no down and outs ever came. In fact, there was a sign on the gates to warn them not to come into this place because of the ghosts. And at the time of the ball, people used to report the place was on fire. The fire brigade had been called, the police had come, the neighbours had come round, and they'd come in, and there was nothing here, there was no fire at all. But when they came up into this room, they always smelt a very strong smell of burning candles in this room.
So that's the same date that the ball was held originally?
Yeah.
But
so
that's extraordinary. You know, you've got that room there where it was a horrible, grisly history of somebody being murdered.
Yeah.
And you've got ghostly goings on because of that.
Yeah, of course.
You've got this room with a lovely ball, and that almost repeats itself every year.
Different sorts of hauntings, as there are, because, I mean, that's the trauma of death, or the fact that Robert Revel's got unfinished business, because perhaps they never found the murderers. So he's still there, and that's why he's trying to get people's attention. Here, we're talking of a different sort of energy. We're talking of happiness, we're talking of... Because I believe this ghost business is all to do with... And I think we should stop calling them ghosts and call them an energy source. Because that's what it is. And the energy from this fabulous ball that took place here, I think is reenacted, replayed, sorry, that's the word, replayed, held in the fabric of this building.
But nobody's seen the ghost, they just smell the candles.
Oh, but they've seen the flames. They've seen the glow from the candles as well, from outside, as the ball's being reenacted. But when they get here, the ball's over, but you can still smell the candles. It's an energy thing. This whole ghost business is nothing but energy. Stored energy in a building, or the energy of a person that stayed behind because they've got a problem. Down the corridor to another haunted bedroom. But of course, this is your bedroom, isn't it?
So what are the ghosts that I'm likely to see in here?
Oh, gosh.
Are there lots?
Yeah. No, there's only one. It's a white lady that's been seen in here. Now, this room was James Cartland's mum's room. Whenever she came, she was... I wouldn't say she was psychic, but she was into dowsing pendulums. She believed in it. And she used to see a white lady standing here by the bed, looking at her.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What, so a figure?
A figure. A proper white lady in a white dress standing here looking at her. Didn't frighten her. And she always had the bedroom when she came here, but it used to turn, walk towards the wall and vanish. Now, she's not the only person that's seen it. Of another female guest staying here complained at breakfast of the white lady, the ghost that she saw in this bedroom.
So how often did the mother see this figure?
I think frequently.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, I presume whenever she stayed here. But as I say, she wasn't psychic, but she believed in it. You see, county families, as they were, they have resident ghosts. They live with them. They accept them because they've lived in the same properties for hundreds of years, and they're part of the furniture. to be quite honest with you. And so, you know, she wasn't in any way frightened of ghosts or anything like that, not at all.
Any idea who that ghost might have been?
Not a clue. Apart from... The only funny thing is it disappeared through the wall here, but you just look at this. Just move the furniture. Bit of poltergeist work here. We say the oak panelling, but... there was a door. So, in other words, the ghost was going through the... from here, going through the door, into the room next door, which, would you believe, is also supposed to be haunted. Tiny little room next door, a dressing room or something like that, but people don't like it.
I quite like this room.
It's a good job you do, because you're sleeping in it tonight, kid, aren't you?
Well, and I'd be quite pleased if I saw the White Lady.
Would you? Oh, no, you see, I wouldn't. I'd be out of here like something of a shovel.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Why are you so
I'm frightened of
them?
ghosts.
Why?
I've been frightened of ghosts since I was 4.
Did you realise that the house was haunted as soon as you bought it?
Yes, because a lot of local people said, oh, that, I can't feel all this, it's haunted, you know. And then I've met people since. It's had a long history of being haunted, going back 200 years. And it's always been known to have been haunted.
And did that frighten you?
No, not at all. Well, it was too late by then, I'd bought it.
And did you believe in ghosts before then?
Oh, yes, I've had some really weird experiences. I've stayed in a lot of very, very ancient, collapsing houses in my 65 years and been lucky enough to do that. And I've had some very odd experiences, so it wasn't put me off at all.
After we moved out of the attached cottage into the hall, a friend of mine was between houses and he came and stayed here for the best part of a year with his wife and daughter, Maisie, who was about 20 months of age at that time. And we were over with them having a meal, and we were at the far end of the cottage, and on 3 occasions Maisie had escaped from the room and gone through to this end of the cottage, just the other side of that door, because they were conjoined, and she was chattering away in kiddie speak. And on the 3rd occasion, her parents went through and said, "Who are you talking to, Maisie?" And she got a very limited vocabulary, as you'd expect, but she said Francis in her little sort of baby tongue. And that freaked them out because they didn't know anyone called Francis. They'd never heard her say the word Francis. And on subsequent occasions, at least 2 others, she had identified Francis, and at one point she was tracking someone with her finger, who her mother heard someone walking behind her while she was on the sofa upstairs, and turned and looked, and there was no one, but the little girl was saying Francis and pointing. And she's described her hair colour and what she was wearing as well, in a very sort of rudimentary way. But we got a portrait of Francis who seems to have red hair, and she mentioned the hair colour. So that was interesting, very interesting.
This is the back staircase, but this amazing little pulpit, for want of a better word, servants' quarters in there, in the attic rooms, and the butler would be here every morning to preach to his congregation. The servants all standing on the staircase down there, giving them their, I presume, their orders for the day.
Richard, I think that's a very interesting point, isn't it? That now this is home to a very small family.
3 people.
But in olden times, it would have been extended families, there would have been
Dozens.
lots of servants, there would have been lots of people's history going on here, births, deaths, murders.
Yeah.
There's a lot that ghosts have come from, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, the attics are haunted. Every part of the building, as we've said over and over again, is haunted. But the amazing story here, again connecting with the servants' quarters, is this window. They used to congregate on this part of the landing, in front of this window, on a summer's afternoon, would you believe, and watch the 3 ghost children that used to play bat and ball on that grass out there. 2 little girls and a little boy who used to wear a tricorn hat, playing on that area there. All the servants would stand watching them, just like watching a TV show.
And how do you know that?
Because of the number of people that have come back to this place over the years, whose ancestors, parents, grandparents, were servants here. that tell the story of what they used to do when they were here. So, you know, this is almost sort of, not exactly first-hand accounts, but accounts from relatives of these stories that have been passed down. And they used to watch them for ages and then they'd just fade away and vanish, and then the staff would go off back to do their duties. And the fabulous thing about it is that on the window here is an original engraving here. Robert Revel, Esquire, Carnfield. He's the guy that was murdered in the bedroom, and he was the uncle of the 3 children that used to play here.
We've got things like the children on the lawn, 3 little children, often seen by the servants in the 19th century, and a little boy in a tricorn hat and 2 little girls, and they played bat and ball. And they used to just fade away into the gloom. Now, I've never seen that, but I've been told it by, years ago, by 3 different people, all descended from servants here, none of whom knew each other. You tell me if that's not odd.
James has had so many ghostly experiences in the hall that he eventually called in some paranormal researchers to try and make sense of what was going on.
I think the most extraordinary one, which has surfaced recently, was something that happened to me about 24 years ago. The harpsichord. When I first came here, I met somebody who belonged to the Society for Psychical Research. They're the sort of official, you know, completely honest paranormal. Yes, that's right, that's the word. And they came here and set up all sorts of paraphernalia. And we got some extraordinary things, including a very, very faded, distant sound of harpsichord music being played, I have to say rather badly. And I got a friend of mine to listen to it, and he's an expert, in fact one of the top experts in the country on early music, 17th century music, and he listened to it and he said to me, it's an amateur playing it. And he said, it's not just an ordinary harpsichord, it's an organ harpsichord, a very, very rare instrument, only half a dozen known to exist in Britain. And now there are, I think, 1 or 2, one's in the V&A. Here is the will of Robert Revel of Carnfield, 1729. This is his actual will. And it mentions leaving to his daughter my library books, my organ harpsichord, actually stated, and the dining room clock, amongst other things. There is the organ harpsichord. Now I know, then I looked up in another inventory, and it's actually in this very room, the dining room. And so I got a bit canny over this because it was very faded. We recorded it in the big drawing room upstairs, and that very quiet it was, you could hardly hear it. So I set some harpsichord music up in here, played it in here at the sort of level which it would be, went upstairs, shut the doors in the right order, and you could just about hear it in the same way.
One day we had a heavy metal band come and film, and they did make a fair racket. I don't think I would have been too impressed with it. It was enough to raise the dead. And the next day, I was walking down from Tom's grandson's bedroom in the attic, downstairs, and all the shutters started vibrating quite ferociously. Graham's mum was on the phone to me at the time. Again, she heard it. She thought that I was in the middle of an earthquake. And then there was an explosion in the dining room, and I opened the dining room door, and there was a sort of tear-shaped centre of a window pane which had exploded outwards, and it had landed about a metre and a half away from the window on the outside of the house, yeah. We drove round to the explosives factory, because we've got an explosives factory across the road, to see if there'd been any incidents, but it was Sunday and they assured us that they only had their security guards there and there's nothing that's happened there. Graham rang our neighbours at the top of the field and asked if they'd felt any earth tremors. We spoke to the people living in the coach houses, and no one could give us an explanation that they'd experienced any sort of vibrating or shaking. It was only in this side of the house, in the main hall, there was nothing. Graham's mum was like, what's going on? What's going on? I was like, I don't know. Graham came in just as the window pane had exploded out. He came back from collecting Tom. You took over the phone call, didn't you? And I was left sitting with my heart in my throat. I'm not sure what
and that was 10:15 on a Sunday morning. So one of the things that I find a little bit more convincing is, never would have seemed reasonable that ghosts should only be active at night, since most of them you can't see anyway. So the activity is any time of day or night, but often in the daytime, and for some reason, often middle afternoon is when things happen.
The shutters shaking in the way that they did when Heidi experienced that must have been absolutely terrifying. And I have to say that I think that was the idea. The fact that there'd been a rock band here making all of that noise, maybe the spirits here felt that that was a little disrespectful. It was very, very noisy. It's not unusual for spirits in a house of this age to react quite negatively to change, to noise, to things that they don't like. I think that they were, to be honest, showing their displeasure and kind of saying, I don't think we want to do that again, really.
Derbyshire has a long history of witches and witchcraft. And back in the 16th and 17th centuries, the residents at Carnfield took measures to ward off evil, carving daisy wheels into stone.
Michaela, we're actually in a cottage now, not actually in the hall. It's one of the estate cottages. It's joined on to the hall. But up here, a lusting reminder, again, of the history of the place. A much, much better daisy wheel that, again, James found when he was renovating the cottage. This has been here again for 350, 400 years. This was the front door.
And were they common 350 years ago?
Oh, very, because people believed it. And so anything they could do to stop a witch coming into their house, a demon, an evil spirit or anything else, they would do it.
Did it work?
Did it work? I don't know. I'll tell you what, it's worked for us, because we've been in here, at least 5 minutes. We haven't seen a witch, have we?
You don't know what I turn into later.
Well, here we are, Michaela. This is exactly what you need to be a fashion victim on Halloween. It's a hat, and you'll see in a minute. It says on this piece of paper, "This Lisbon cap and other articles keep away the witches. To my dear Maria Noble, to keep for the sake of her old friend C.E. Galabin, who's had them in her possession 35 years, and that was in 1821. I've had it for about 50 years. It's rather interesting, this. Now, this is the bag in which you carry this thing.
Gee, that looks delicate.
And it's made of flax, and there's a spider. You see?
Is it?
And these are garlic plants. You can hold that. You hold that, and I'll hold this. This is rather fragile.
Are these common?
No, this is the only one in existence.
Really?
No other one has survived, or even known about. This is the hat. If your head goes where my hand is, you see.
Do people really wear these?
Yes.
To fend off witches?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Well, I tell you a funny thing. I got it from some friends, and they were antique dealers, and they'd cleared a house for an old lady going to a nursing home. And at the end of clearing the house, the old lady gave them this box and said, "Now, you're never to sell this. I'm going to give it to you. You're never to sell it." And fine. So we swapped it. I wanted it. They didn't want it. I gave them something in exchange. It's never been sold. So it could never be sold.
Has it been worn?
Not by me. No, I don't. Possibly by you, but the trouble is it's so fragile that nobody can really put it on.
But as you say, good thing to wear on Halloween. Absolutely.
It is a rather wonderful thing, though.
Michelle Stavert is a psychic investigator who's often brought in to connect the ghost sightings with the history and try and make some sense of the paranormal activity.
When I pulled up outside of the house today, and I looked at the house. It's so imposing, it's so impressive when you see it from the outside. Walking in through the doors, you're instantly welcomed, and you know that the history of the house, the energy from the past is there. It greets you at the door, and I kind of felt like I was being checked out, you know, and it's all day, everywhere I've gone all day, and watching all of the filming and everything happening. There's always been someone watching. There's been a lot of curiosity today. It's been really lovely. Earlier on today, I had a little wander around. I went into the library first, and as soon as I walked into the library, I met a gentleman, stood by the fireplace, didn't say anything, wasn't really giving off any negative energy, but there really was that curiosity, that what's going on here, what are you doing, why are there so many people here? And then walking through the downstairs of the house, the dining room today has just been absolutely wonderful, and when we've been sat there talking and I've been just sat back watching, and all the time in that dining room there's been another gentleman. And what's been lovely for me is as I've been listening to the stories that everyone's been telling, you know, today, and then it's been matching the descriptions of what I've been picking up and what I've been seeing, because I came in blind today. I didn't do any research at all, so it's been really, really fabulous to, you know, to hear all of that confirmed.
Michelle, what did you pick up in the dining room?
In the dining room, in the far corner, by the window where people have reported seeing this male figure in orange, that isn't what I saw. What I saw was a man who appeared to be in his early 50s. He had greying hair. He was quite jowly. I have to say, he looked as if he'd been much bigger at some point and he'd lost some weight, because he was quite jowly. He was wearing a shirt and a jacket and like +4s and socks. He looked as if he'd come back from walking or possibly shooting, and he was stood in between two people who were talking, and they were discussing where they were going next, and he was just stood there and he was laughing at them. It was really quite nice, because it was as if he was saying, no, actually, that's not right. Really happy chappy, I have to say. And I kept getting the name Thomas with him. I have to say that was the name. I don't know whether it was his Christian name or his surname, but I kept getting the name Thomas with him. But he was very, very clear. And when I looked at him the first time, he had glasses on, and they were like round-rimmed glasses. But when I looked at him the second time, he didn't have glasses on.
A lot of activity has been reported on the staircase. Did you find anything there?
Oh, absolutely. As we came up the staircase, up the first flight of stairs, that felt absolutely fine. As we came to that first landing, I started to feel uncomfortable. And then as we moved further up the stairs, I became much, much more uncomfortable. I can't say that I picked up a specific energy or specific images or anything like that. I really just felt as if I just didn't want to be there. I did feel really quite uncomfortable, and the further up the staircase we got, the more uncomfortable I got. And at one point, as we came to the top of the staircase, I actually started to feel quite sick, which for me is a sign that there has been unnecessariness or unpleasantness. There's been something very unpleasant that's happened. I did feel, however, that I wanted to run. I wanted to run up the stairs. I felt like I wanted to run up the stairs. I wanted to shout at someone. I wanted to tell someone or warn someone, and that was the feeling that I had. And when we got to the top of the stairs to the attic rooms, I was very happy to go through the attic and out the other side, I have to say.
A lot of people have reported 3 children in the garden. Did you pick that up at all?
I know a lot of people have reported seeing children playing out in the gardens, specifically 3 children, but I have to say that the first time I encountered children was actually inside the house, and it was on the old side of the house, and they were just running down the corridor and running down the stairs just like children do, and I heard them before I actually saw them. I did go out into the garden to find them later on, and they were there, and I could feel them and almost see them playing, although they weren't very clear. I have to say that for me, they were much stronger actually in the house running down the landing.
As darkness fell, Graham and Heidi took everyone upstairs into the Great Hall to take part in a séance in front of the fireplace.
It's possible by asking the right questions that you can interact, you can get information, you can get names, dates. Even if you're only getting yes and no, you can get an interaction. There was that gentleman earlier on today in the dining room. Maybe we can link in with him, maybe we can get some more information from him. Maybe Frances will draw forward, maybe she can give us some more dates, and you know, she was in love, you know. So you can gather an awful lot of information, even if it's only just going to yes and no. You ask the right questions and you can gain a considerable amount of knowledge.
What makes Carnfield Hall a good place to come to for Halloween?
Carnfield Hall for Halloween, in my opinion, has to be the place to do. It's got a history second to none, it's got ghosts and hauntings second to none, and it's got energy, atmosphere. It's your archetypal haunted hall. It just looks great. So it's the best. You couldn't come to a better place for Halloween than this.
Let's refocus. Put our fingers very, very lightly on the glass so you're not putting any pressure on it at all. We refocus our energy, we imagine the energy going around the circle, we pass it around the circle, we build it up. That's cool. Something's building. If there is anyone here with us this evening, will you please move the gas just to let us know that you're here? That's all we want you to do.
Oh,
Whoa.
come on, you're awesome.
That's lovely. Come on.
That's it.
Come on.
All we want is just the energies from you going through us. Okay, fantastic. All we want you to do is move it for yes and keep it still for no. That's all you need to do. Put your fingers back on the ground.
Are you happy to talk to us this evening?
Come on, you've not spoken to anybody for a long time from our plane. Spirit, are you still with us?
Gee.
Awesome.
That's
Yeah, no.
fabulous. Don't take the glass off the
That's
table.
Spirit, that's it's not a game, this is real.
Come on,
That's
sweetie.
fantastic.
With the greatest of respect, please move the glass back onto the table. We mean you no disrespect.
Always take it back to the centre of the table for me, Spirit. Come on. Centre of the table.
All we want to do is talk to you this evening, that's all. We mean you no harm.
Spirit, take it back to the centre of the table. Please take it back to the centre.
I'm going to touch the glass and just push it back on, okay?
Yeah.
Are you the same spirit as we were talking to earlier? Yes.
Oh, goodness me.
He likes
Oh, here we go.
talking to you. Okay.
You're going to have to speak to him.
Okay. Are you the spirit that was talking to us before that was a servant in the house? No.
No, this is that very strong male. Just step back in.
Are you the Reverend Francis Revel?
Yes.
Robert Revel's son? Wow.
It felt like everyone was pushing it. It felt like everyone was pushing it.
No.
No, well, I know I wasn't.
Reverend, I'm sorry, we're not ignoring you, my friend.
No, we're not ignoring, far from it. I'm just
Please,
trying to find out.
Just that last speck.
Get that
Everyone put their
energy
fingers
going
like
again.
that.
No, I just wonder whether what I'm saying, whether I think what I'm saying is close to the truth.
Well, yeah, it may
And-
be,
and
but
the-
this isn't the place
Why not?
for it. No.
Go on, gather the energies and throw it off the table.
I don't know.
Throw it at me. Go on, you must be angry with what I've been saying.
You don't know. Hey! Now, I
Thank you very
think
much.
did
I did not.
Now, I've never done it before. I reckon Graham was pushing it a couple of the dramatic times, but I'm pretty convinced that most of the time, nobody was pushing it. What I'm not convinced by is the fact that that was the Reverend, or any spirit, in fact. So what was pushing the glass? I can't explain it. And that is why it's called the unexplained, the paranormal. It's something that my mind, with what I've been taught about science, cannot, at this point, explain. I found it fascinating.
The Revel family have been connected with this house for such a huge amount of time that I have to say that most of the energies that I've encountered today, I would be happy to place within that Revel family tree. The children, Francis, that lovely young girl, the Reverend Francis, he's certainly still around. Over, where the murder occurred, and in that drawing room, again, a very strong presence of the Revel family. So although, yes, there are other not as strong energies around the sides, it's certainly the Revel family that still dominate this house, even now.
How haunted do you think Carnfield Hall is?
I honestly think Carnfield Hall is certainly the most haunted place in Derbyshire. And in all my experience of all 20 years of doing this business, I reckon this is as haunted as you're going to get.
Well, it's been an interesting and rather long day, but there's no doubt about it, Carnfield Hall is a fabulous place with a rich history and plenty of ghosts. Have I connected with the spirits today? Who knows? But I'll tell you what, I'm going to now because it's Halloween and I'm ready to party. See you next time. Bye-bye.